meeting for August 25th, 2020 to order. First on the agenda is an invocation. Could everybody please stand?
Eternal God, our Father, once again we come before you with open hearts, open minds. We ask you, O Heavenly Father, to touch this nation, to touch this county, to touch the Commonwealth. Knowing, O Heavenly Father, that we sometimes have to agree to disagree. Heavenly Father, I ask you to strengthen us tonight as we touch on a topic that is very, very, very troubling for some. Yet, others who are looking for justice and peace. Heavenly Father, bless us in a special way, for you know our needs. You know our hearts, you know our minds, and you know what we do believe in our hearts. Give us strength, Heavenly Father, as we go forward. All blessing we ask in your precious name. Amen.
Amen. Please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Oh, it is. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Opening board comments. Mr. Forehand.
I'll save mine for afterwards.
Mr. Black.
Something unrelated. If we could put on the agenda sometime for September. Mr. Underwood had brought it up, the meeting about the gun, the rifle hunting in Caroline. So if we could ask staff to have that. I know Mr. Underwood brought it up a few months ago, and I've had some constituents asking me about that. So if we could have that put as a public hearing for some time in September, that would be much appreciated.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Underwood.
My only comment, Mr. Chairman, is I certainly appreciate everyone coming out tonight. Certainly, there are different views, but we as the county must do what is right. I can't tell you what is right. We must do what is right. I know what's right in my heart, and I will do what's right. What's morally right, what's ethically right. So continue to pray if you're undecided, but hopefully you'll get an answer. That's my only comment, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Underwood. Mrs. Long.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good evening, citizens. Before we officially start this public hearing tonight, and the chair will go over rules of the format for this evening and make those clear. And those rules exist so that it can be fair to everybody. Fair not only in time, but also to allow citizens to share their concerns and their thoughts and ideas with this board and with their community without concern of vocal or physical outbursts. Therefore, I want to take a moment to address an incident that occurred at the last meeting we had after public comment. During that public comment period, I watched a senior, a veteran, a black man, lean against that wall with his cane and wait his turn in line to speak. He followed the format, he came up, and to paraphrase, he said, "We need to stop spending time worrying about statues and concentrate on making something for our lives in the future." He then replaced his mask, took his cane, and started that uphill walk to exit. I took my eyes down for a minute to check my notes, only to glance up and see this man who has served both his country and his community being blocked from leaving by some young men who were standing in the back of this room, gesturing and hovering around him and mock saluting. That is unacceptable. I have absolutely no tolerance for bullies and for blatant disrespect. I will request that this board add to their agenda as soon as possible a review of our public comment and public hearing regulations to make it clear to all that everyone who enters these doors is to be respected, regardless as to if you agree or disagree on what they say. I truly believe that in God's love there is endless grace for all sinners, but there is no room for hate, and disrespect is just one step away from hatred. My prayer is that regardless to what issues ever arise in this county, that we will face them together as a family of Caroline with open hearts, ears, and hands, working together to find solutions we can all deal with. Remember those good old golden rules. Treat one another as you want to be treated. Or, in the words of our Lord, love one another as I have loved you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mrs. Long. Mr. Thomas?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, a couple, and I'm not sure how Mrs. Long saw what she saw, and each person has their own perspective. I actually spoke to one of the young men who was in the aisle, and there was a discussion back and forth, but I don't think they were necessarily blocking him or trying
In
to.
which, but he definitely had to say, "Get out of my way." And I won't put the word in that he put in between.
Yeah, and
It's just,
and
and that may have been what he said, but the gesturing and the mock saluting is an insult to a veteran.
the gesturing and the mock saluting is another story. I think his comment, "Get out of my way," was before anything else happened. So it's, I mean, and that's the
Of course,
point
we
is.
can't hear everything down here, and that's true, but no one is to be blocked from leaving this auditorium.
You're exactly right. You're exactly right. And that's what I said. I'm not sure how it transpired from your perspective. I actually talked to one of the young men who was out there, and the gentleman who spoke, his comment, "Get out of my way," came first. So it was a little different, and it just goes to show how perspectives and issues are viewed. And I actually know the young man who was out there who spoke, so I did make a comment.
And I
But-
know one of them too, and I hope you were right, because I really felt like this was a future leader in this community, and so I was terribly upset. But I saw one of the gentlemen following him out that door, jumping around and mock saluting. And if any of it, just once, that man saw, after all the years he spent in this community, then that is wrong.
Okay.
And if I misinterpreted it, that is a mistake, but we have to be considerate. I have had to close people down for making comments and rude gestures in public hearings before. It's just below us. So let's all be mindful and keep our hearts and our ears open.
Yes, ma'am. I'm gonna really give mine, and again, I appreciate your perspective, and sometimes, perspectives are different, and people see different things. Just so we all know, the board has gone over the rules for the evening to make sure. Several people sent letters that came into the county as per the public hearing notice. Those will all be read as soon as we get started. They'll be read first. Several people have sent emails. Those emails will all be compiled and become part of the public record. So we'll put all communications together. If anybody wants to see all of the communications, they'll be able to see it. The one real public comment I had planned for tonight was just to make sure that everybody understood that the statute we are discussing was not placed by Caroline County itself. It was placed by the United Daughters of the Confederacy. And that's my only comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. And in the interest of getting started, I will save my comments for closing board comments at the end of this evening, and I will go over the rules, as Mr. Thomas said, and if I miss something, by all means, let's make sure everybody understands when we get started. There will be no clapping or applauding or verbalization from the audience during public comment, either before or after somebody's comment. Each person will have 3 minutes. If you have a letter read by one of us, because there are a number of letters that we're going to read, then if you want to speak, you need to stop us when we read your name, or you will not be able to speak during the public comment section because your letter will hold as your public comment. Organizations, we have, I think, one or maybe two organizations. Is it three, Pam? We have a few that get 5 minutes. What am I missing, Mr. Thomas? Anything? But I think those were the ground rules.
Do they have index cards which say when you speak?
What number, you should have,
Okay.
you have an index card for the number at which you will speak. And there, you will see,
Sheriff Lippa,
where's Chief Loftus?
if we could ask you and First Sergeant, if you could maybe move to the next row and we could stage people.
I think they've
Right
got
here?
this set up. Let me let the
They
fire
did.
chief come down.
It's staged up already?
They are.
They
Okay,
are. Come
okay.
on down and, is, if you will
All right, then
go
I'm sorry,
over,
Tony, thank you.
if you will go over how we're going to do this.
Yes, sir. The way we have it set up right now, the first 5 people we have lined up here in the auditorium, the 6 through 10, if you could exit out of the exit doors to the left, and we'll have 5 spots out there for you to stand. We have the computer screen here for people in here. When you see your number come up, if you can exit out of the doors and stand in line, and once the next person's done, the next person can step forward. When you are speaking, you can take your mask off. If you plan on leaving after you're speaking, you can exit out the doors here. If you want to stay, we ask you to walk to your left, follow the exit sign this way, and go out the exit doors, or if you're in here, sit in here. For the people that are in the emergency operations room or in the gym, we'll have personnel standing at the doorway to call their numbers out to get them to come in here as well.
Okay, what are those?
I'm sorry? Not right now. When they're ready, we'll get everybody out.
What do those things say on the sign? Is that no smoking or what?
No standing.
Oh, I told you I couldn't see far,
Yes,
okay.
sir.
Okay.
Any other questions?
So when we stage them, we'll have 1, and where's 2 and 3 gonna be?
We have the yellow stickers here. 2, 3, 4, and 5 will be in here.
So
And then
they'll
we-
all be lined up in the aisle?
Yes, sir. And then we'll have 6 through 10 out in the hallway.
Okay.
And, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That's what I knew the Chief Loftus was going to have that explained, so thank
Yes,
you
sir.
for doing that.
Yes, sir.
And I'm aware of everybody has a number. Yeah, please state your name and the district, not your address, but the district from which you are from. We won't start your time till you get your name and your district out, so please do that first, or I'll remind you so that because we're trying to keep track as well as board members. With that being said, everybody good? I will open the public hearing for the proposed removal of the Confederate statue from the courthouse lawn in Bowling Green. So, Mr. Thomas, do you just want to go around the table? Well, you can do one and then we'll bounce down.
All right, this is an email from David Botkin, and he's got Ruther Glen, but no election district. And it says, "I would like to add my name to the petition as being in favor of removing the Confederate memorial on the Bowling Green courthouse lawn and any other Confederate memorials or statues in the county. Thanks, David Botkin." That was it. I just picked the first 3. I just picked the first 3.
Are we going around?
No,
and
no, you're
coming back?
next.
Okay. This is from Doris, I believe it's Lemrich, from the Reedy Church District. My appeal to the citizens of Caroline County. There is only one color that matters, the color of the heart. And yes, we do have 2 kinds of people, but they are not black and whites. They are good and evil, law-abiding and lawless, those that love and those that hate, and those come in all colors. In Charleston, South Carolina, a young white racist went into a black church during a prayer meeting and killed 9 people. At his trial, the families of those that died in that church publicly forgave him. The churches prayed, a large memorial service was held and packed out. Blacks and whites cried and prayed together for one another. And when the aggregators came to start trouble, no one would join them. All the chaos right now is being stirred up by upstarts coming in among peaceful protesters with an agenda, and it is not about caring for anyone. Martin Luther King would never approve of their actions. I don't think any citizen of Caroline wants to live in a lawless society. None of us have to be a pawn on this chessboard of evil agendas. If the goal to wipe out the memory of the injustices of the past by removing statues, such as defacing Richmond and our counties as we know them, then why are they wanting to spend $54 million building up and glorifying the very place where slaves were jailed and sold on an auction block? Does this make sense? The statue in Bowling Green has been here for over 100 years. It is how Bowling Green looks. That's in parentheses, in quotes. None of us has given it a thought. Why should we now let other people tell us what to think about it?
I'm going to say we're closing in on 3 minutes, Nancy, so.
Okay. So, he didn't start, okay. Let me do the closing comment. Because of the senseless, cruel death of George Floyd, the hearts of the white people have turned toward the plight of black people like never before. Why now take steps backwards by causing grief by removing so many only seen as history and just the way Bowling Green looks? We need heroes to come forward from the black community, like the black families of Charleston. Please, everyone, think hard about this decision. We don't need to be lemmings that follow each other off this cliff of destroying Caroline County.
Thank you. Who's doing the timing? I can't see.
I
All
can't
right.
read and watch at the
Well,
same time.
I couldn't, it didn't start, and I didn't, these letters are not to exceed 3 minutes either, just so everybody's aware. That's the other point of this. This is from Melissa Klinicki. I believe it's the Madison District. I am opposed to taking down the Confederate statue in front of the courthouse. I believe that the historic statues and road signs serve as a great starting point for learning and conversation. It is important to show these to our children and grandchildren as an educational tool. These statues were erected because people wanted to honor their fathers, sons, and neighbors who fought so long and hard in a bloody war. Every family lost in this war either through death, on the battlefield, being maimed, or economically devastated. Most of these battles were fought in Virginia, so there was damage from shells, bullets, and the like. Homes were destroyed, crops were ravaged, livestock stolen or killed. At the end, even if you had any money, it was worthless. Hardly anything was left to sell. People lost their homes, their land, because they couldn't pay their taxes, and their lives and their levies ushered in during the Reconstruction. They starved because there was very little food or no money to buy seed. Southern women desperately wanted to put up monuments and start trying to raise money right after the war. This continued for decades until they could scrape enough money together for this endeavor. The physical war started because McDowell marched into Virginia. Virginia retaliated. If you listen to the music of the air, it's about being able to protect their homeland. It's about the right for the state to make their own determination of the path she would take. Read the letters home written by the soldiers who just wanted the war to be over so they could go home to their land and their families. History is just history. It's not right or wrong. It's what happened at certain time in certain places. It does have a great deal to teach us. We need to learn from it. And during some of the dark periods, such as the Holocaust, we must vow to never allow it to happen again. Our ancestors certainly weren't perfect, but none of us are. But they should be judged by their time and space, not by the winds of today. Melissa Klinicki.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This letter is from Ms. Linda Thomas, Mattaponi District.
Hold on, the clock isn't. Can we restart the clock? Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I'm writing you to emphatically express my support for the expeditious removal of the Confederate monument from the prominent public space that it currently occupies in the town of Bowling Green. I further recommend that this monument be offered to an entity that may have the desire to receive and preserve it elsewhere. The narrow and intentional limited historical view represented by the monument and others like it is not fully reflective of those who lived in Caroline during the Civil War era. It leaves unaddressed the thousands of people of African descent who were held in bondage in Caroline County. This monument honors those who fought to hold the principles of the Articles of Confederation, which it was built upon a foundation argument of the white supremacy and pro-slavery. Such ideology should never have been deemed in any way acceptable in a nation founded on principles of liberty and justice. As an African American and one who has a great passion for history in general and the Civil War in particular, I am keenly aware of how history has been revised, rewritten to eliminate much of the factual reality of the brutality, barbaric, and inhumanity that was endured by enslaved people in America. We have the evidence of letters, journals, artifacts that speak to the long journey for freedom and equality carried forward by the black people who labored without pay, paid taxes without a voice, who fought for America as patriots without full citizenship, and who must still persist in their fight for equality and inclusion. If we are to truly be a better nation, a better county, a better people, if we are truly to be one Caroline, then we are compelled to reconcile the truth of our past with the reality of our present so that we can join together for a brighter future.
I'm sorry. You
We
got
mu-
about 20 seconds.
Thank you. We must relinquish this relic of a false and incomplete narrative, and we must release it now. Only then will we begin to find new, better, and more accurate ways to honor the complete story of We the People. Sincerely, Linda Thomas.
Mr. Black?
Dear Supervisors, I am writing urging you to retain an important historical reminder and retain the statue to the ordinary Confederate soldier on the town green. I have deep family roots in Caroline County. All my family is buried in Caroline within a short drive of the courthouse. I urge retention of the statue while mindful of the feelings of others that the statue should be removed as a statement against the stain of slavery. No thinking person can condone slavery. I am certainly not embracing the Confederacy. At the same time, we need to be mindful of our history. History is also complex. Acknowledging the past and its complexity can bring us together and provide useless lessons today. The statue is not to some Southern planter or leader of the Confederacy. Rather, it is a monument to the common soldiers who fought defending their homes. Indeed, scholars tell us that less than 10% of Southerners owned slaves. The Civil War was a complex and a tragedy. We need to be inclusive of our history and build on it. I welcome all memorials on the town green. The monument referencing the important contributions of African Americans is wonderful. We should address important leaders of the civil rights movement and so many other important parts of our past that weave us together today as Virginians. We need to accept our history in full context. History can also cause us to pause and consider the mistakes of our past. The Civil War Soldier Monument allows us to do that. We can and should be mindful of the sacrifices of Virginians of the past. We should also consider the disaster that the Civil War was for Virginia. We should mourn Virginians that died for such a flawed cause. We were forced to endure the horrific Civil War to eradicate slavery. The monument reminds us of all this. These are lessons that we should not lose. Sincerely, John Newman, Fredericksburg, Virginia.
Letters from Daniel Myers from the Mattaponi District. Members of the board, this is in regards to the proposed removal of the war memorial from the courthouse lawn in Bowling Green. In 1832, Prussian Colonel Karl von Clausewitz wrote in his maxim on war that war is a continuation of policy by other means. Since beginning of armed conflict, it has always been leaders of tribes and nations that have plunged their societies into war. But it has always been the average citizens that have had to do the lion's share of the fighting. Hence the saying, a rich man's war and a poor man's fight. The citizens of Caroline County have answered their government's call to serve in every conflict in this nation's history, from the Revolutionary War to the modern war on terror. Many of these citizen soldiers volunteered for military service, but many more were conscripted into the military because their government needed them. These individuals had no choice in whether to fight or not. Their refusal to serve would result in prosecution and imprisonment. These veterans served their government and performed their duties faithfully. Many of these young men gave their last full measure in the service of their government and never made it back home to Caroline. They are still buried in unmarked graves in the battlefields where they were slain, their final resting places known only to them and the Almighty. What is known is that they came from Caroline County, and Bowling Green, being the geographic and political center of the county, was chosen as the location to memorialize the service and sacrifice for those who never made it home. When the government sends their citizens to be maimed and slaughtered in the fields of battle, doesn't that government owe it to those citizens the recognition of their service and sacrifice? What we are saying to the veterans of today is that when they cross over the river and no longer with us, if the conflicts that their government sent them to fight in is deemed unpopular, then their service and sacrifice is not worthy of recognition. We owe it to all of the veterans of Caroline County the recognition of their military service. I ask the board to preserve and protect all of the war memorials within the county so that younger generations will know of the bravery, devotion to duty, and the sacrifice of those who came before them. Thank you. Mr. Daniel Myers.
Mr. Thomas?
Okay, I did get a long one. I hope you're happy now. This one is from Stanley O. Jones, and I believe he's from the Mattaponi district. It is time. Throughout history, things have happened at certain times based on what is happening in the United States and around the world. Right now, it is time. It appears that when a life is taken, change is made. On September 15, 1963, 4 members of the United Klans of America planted 15 sticks of dynamite on the basement of the steps of the 16th Street Baptist Church in Birmingham, Alabama. The church was the target of a white supremacist when it was bombed by the KKK. The leadership of the United States in 1965 took this incident, as well as others, and brought the country together with the Voting Rights Act of 1965. No one in 1963 thought the Voting Rights Act would be signed into law. You see, it was time. In the wake of the deadly shooting in Charleston, South Carolina, the citizens of South Carolina came together and discussed the Confederate flag's history and whether the flag should still fly within view of the State House of Columbia. The massacre shocked the nation and prompted racial dialogue. Many white conservatives who had previously supported the flag agreed that it should be moved. On July 11, 2015, Governor Nikki Haley signed a bill into law that ordered the removal of the Confederate flag from Capitol grounds. The killing of George Floyd, like at other times, remind us of racial divisiveness. Although George Floyd's death is about racial injustice, it still rolls back on us on divisiveness and white supremacy. Floyd's killing has led us to focus on the removal of statues, monuments, and memorials. It is time once again to bring us together. The citizens of Caroline County, Virginia need to come together and get on board with what is happening around the country. Monuments, memorials, and statues are being removed. People do not want to be reminded of the country's divisive past. Communities to our north and south are doing some great things to bring individuals together. They are focusing on one's character and not one's skin color. Too much has happened to divide us. We need to take advantage of the time to help heal and bring us together. Come on, Caroline. Statues can teach us about history, but they do not convey some immutable truth from the past. Instead, they are symbolic of the fixed ideas of a specific community regarding its past as captured at a point in time. The removal of these monuments is driven by the belief that the statues and monuments glorify white supremacy and memorialize an unrecognized government whose founding principle was to perpetuate slavery. The presence of these Confederate memorials over 100 years after the subjugation of the Confederacy continues
You have
in its
15 seconds, Mr. Thomas.
disenfranchisement and alienate African Americans. Again, it's time. David Upshaw's great-great-grandfather, known as Whistling D when he rode in Company B in the 9th Virginia Cavalry during the Civil War's Confederate Fitzhugh Lee, could call the soldiers behind him to whistle when they were riding. Yeah, give me 1 second. This is the last thing. Both David's great-grandfathers fought with the cavalry. David stated that growing up in Caroline, the statue in the courthouse lawn held significant meaning to him, but now he shares it's time for it to come down. Come on, Caroline. I stutter. Thank you.
I got a long one too, in small print, and it's very light, so bear with me. This is from Mr. Wayne Brooks of Milford. Dear Mr. Cully, this letter is being written as a property owner and resident of Caroline County. My comments and opinions presented are mine and do not represent those of any civic, fraternal, or historical organization where I may currently hold membership or office. Family heritage is an important part of everyone's life. My wife and I have lived in this county for 44 years. Our 3 children attended schools here and are all proud to call Caroline home, even though 2 now live in the Richmond area. I had vested interest in this county due to the fact that both my parents grew up in Caroline and our ancestors lived here as far back as the early 1700s. Recently, there have been several newspaper articles and public comments made regarding the desire by some to remove the Confederate memorial currently standing in front of our courthouse building. This monument has stood proudly since being erected in 1906 and should remain as such. I care deeply about American history and especially our local history. It is important for citizens and visitors to have a better understanding of our county's past. To accomplish this goal, we must work together to provide the means to educate through visual objects like the monument, historic exhibits, and increased classroom studies. Structures such as monuments represent historic events, honor people or places, and stand as educational tools for others to gain knowledge about our past. Monuments should not be destroyed. They provide us with a link to our heritage and proud history. The monument should not only remain for educational purposes, but also to honor those who left home to defend their state, locality, and families. Many of those brave never returned. Their efforts and sacrifices should not be forgotten. In addition, I have personal reasons to see this well-known landmark remain. Both my great-grandfathers were members of Caroline Light Artillery, and fortunately for me, they made it through 4 horrific years of warfare. Others may say the monument is offensive because it's constructed as a symbol of slavery. For over 40 years, I have attended public events in front of and around the monument involving thousands of people. During those events, I have never heard any negative comment about its existence until now. Our monument has stood silently all these years. Its color is neither black or white or blue or gray, just neutral in color. Its purpose is never to insult or offend anyone. It has become a local point of interest for tourists visiting Caroline and the town of Bowling Green since being built there many years ago.
You have 15 seconds.
The Civil War, the war between the states, is one of the most popular periods of the United States history. Thousands of tourists visit battlefield sites every year and learn more about our nation's history and their families, relatives who may have participated on one side or the other. That's as far as I can go.
Thank you.
I still have another page, but I can't read any faster.
I have a letter from Herbert Collins, the Bowling Green District. I wish to express some of my concerns regarding the monument, which today stands in front of the Caroline County Courthouse. First of all, the monument represents a soldier who fought from Caroline in the Civil War for the county of Caroline, the state of Virginia, and lastly, the Confederacy. These brave men only had 2 choices. They could either fight or they could leave their families, their roots, and all they owned and go to Canada. My ancestors, many of whom were Quakers, and others who never owned slaves chose to remain in Virginia regardless of their expressed feelings one way or the other about the war. The same was true of the American colonization movement, of which Abraham Lincoln was a member. The organization wanted to relocate the African slaves who had several generations of roots in the United States and send them to Liberia and Africa. Fortunately, that never happened. Second, the monument on the courthouse lawn was placed there by Sally Collins Smith, the daughter of my great-uncle Joseph Ted Collins. Sally Collins Smith was also the mother of Miss Clara Smith, the founder of Ladysmith in Caroline County. It is the only object in the Caroline seat which represents the western part of Caroline County and does not represent any famous leader or soldier. Third, how do you think the Native Americans feel when they walk past the statues of Captain John Smith and Pocahontas when they visit Jamestown Island? Also, the Latinos that make up about 20% of our population, how do you think they feel when they walk past the statue of Sam Houston in Texas, or when they fought to took the Southeast Territory away from Mexico? All of the United States belonged to someone else at some time. Our history is not perfect. Fourth, let us talk about colonial Williamsburg. At one time, the capital of Virginia. It now represents the tyranny of Great Britain over Virginia, over the Virginia colony. It is now restored as the monument to that phase of our history. It flies the British flag, and flocks of people visit there annually, and it doesn't seem to offend anyone, either in England, Virginia, or the United States. Fifth, the statue at the courthouse lawn represents the epoch of our American history. We cannot change history by tearing down statues. We can study history, both good and bad, and then learn from it as to not make the same mistake twice. As I've pointed out, the history of all the United States was not all good, neither were the wars we fought. Let the moments now stand to remind us of our past, lest we forget the past should we now hate the British because of the Revolutionary War, the Japanese, the Germans, or the Italians because of World War II.
You have 15 seconds.
Thank you. We must move on, study the past, and let the past make us a stronger nation. We are not African American, European American, or Native American, Asian American. We are all now Americans from the countries around the world.
That was the end.
It's close.
Dear sir, please find it compatible to take down the Confederate monument in Bowling Green. It is very insulting to blacks living in Caroline. As we pass this figure, it is refreshed in our minds how our forefathers suffered at the treatment received by the Confederates. Sincerely, Irene Fields, Thomas Fields.
I have the same letter, so I guess he has Irene Fields, I have Thomas Fields. So that was my third one. No, we said there may be duplicates.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just saying, I had the same one, so I'm done.
Yeah, I had one that Mr. Seeley had that, so.
Okay.
Anyway, I've got one this is from Douglas Pitts of the Mattaponi Voting District. History is the propaganda of the victorious, Voltaire. This statement rings truth in all conflicts, but especially concerning the war from 1861 to 1865. Proponents advocating for the removal of the Confederate soldiers' monument on the courthouse lawn in Bowling Green, Virginia, have at least 3 misguided reasons for its removal, and I would like to address their reasons through historic truth. The proponents of removal say the monument erected to Confederate soldiers of Caroline honors soldiers fighting for the enslavement of African Americans, thus asserting the war was and only fought of the issue of protection of slavery. Addressing this assertion, I will first introduce 2 main characters of the Union to counter this argument. Number 1, Ulysses S. Grant, the commanding general of the Army of the Potomac, said, and I quote, "The sole object of this war is to restore the Union. Should I be convinced it has any other object, or that the government designs using its soldiers to execute the wishes of the abolitionists, I pledge to you my honor as a man and a soldier, I would resign my commission and carry my sword to the other side." Abraham Lincoln said on August 15, 1864, "My enemies pretend I am now carrying on this war for the sole purpose of abolition. So long as I am president, it shall be carried on the sole purpose of restoring this Union." Historical fact is Lincoln requested Robert E. Lee to lead the Union Army to force the Southern states back into the Union, for which he declined. Confederate Major Robert Stiles wrote in 1910, 4 years after the Confederate Soldiers' Monument was dedicated in Bowling Green, "What now of the essential spirit of those young Confederate volunteers? Why did they volunteer? For what did they give their lives? We can never appreciate the story of their deeds as soldiers until we answer this question correctly. Surely it was not for slavery they fought. The great majority of them never owned a slave or had little or no interest in the institution. The facts are less than 5% of the Confederate soldiers owned slaves. The proponents of removal say the monument honors traitors to the United States government. Although several Confederate officers and Confederate officials, including Confederate President Jefferson Davis, were arrested and jailed on the charge of treason, none were brought to trial. Why? Because for the law, the withdrawal of Confederate state from the Union absolved its citizens of any further loyalty to the Union. In taking up arms in the defense of the South, the Confederate soldier was acting patriotically towards his government, both state and national. The proponents for removal say the monument was not erected to honor the Confederate soldiers of Caroline County, but to disenfranchise African Americans during the Jim Crow era. After the war, the Southern people and economy were devastated. Then came Reconstruction, which prolonged the economic devastation and recovery.
You have 15 seconds.
The South had no monies for any of the monuments to their Southern soldiers and dead. Eventually, through private donations, money were raised in order to honor these men, whereas the Confederate soldiers' monument were erected during this time to honor their service and duty to their county and state. To close, the cancel culture is rampant these days. Black Lives Matter and Antifa organizations are perpetuating the destruction of historical monuments throughout our nation. Do not let this cancel culture infect the county of Caroline. And that is sincerely Douglas Pitts.
I have a letter from Mr. Robert Lamb of Woodford. My name is Robert H. Lamb. I'm a lawyer and served 2 tours in Vietnam as a Marine infantry officer. Though my address has a Woodford zip code, I live in Spotsylvania County. I'm speaking in opposition to the removal of the Confederate monument in Bowling Green on behalf of Lee Jackson Camp No. 1, Sons of the Confederate Veterans based in Richmond. I'm authorized by Joe Holloway of Flintshire Farm, which is in Caroline County along Route 17, to state his like opposition. Both of his grandfathers served in the Confederate Army. My great-great-grandfather, Andrew Bowler, lived at a farm in Caroline County called Valboro. That place was later used as an alternative interest on Route 2 to Fort A.P. Hill. During the war, Andrew served in Purcell's Light Artillery. His 2 older sons, Viv and Aubin, were wounded while in the 9th Cavalry, Virginia Cavalry. Andrew's wife, Mary Ellen Todd, died from typhoid contracted while nursing wounded Confederate soldiers at a military hospital in Richmond. In honor of their devoted sacrifice and that of the 2 sons, Andrew sold Valboro and patriotically gave the sale of proceeds to the Confederate government. The reason the statue was erected was to honor the sacrifices of Confederate soldiers and their families. Unexampled in American history, the Vietnam War, in which I fought, had a casualty rate of 7.5%, higher than the 5.5% from World War II, but the casualty rate for Confederate soldiers was almost 40%. The mobilization rate in Virginia for eligible men of military age for the Confederate Army was an astonishing 89%. Those men in the 11 slave-holding Confederate states fought in defense of their homeland in principled opposition to the concept of a military conceived of the militarily union. Like the Revolutionary War ancestors in the 13 slaveholding colonies who fought against being forced to remain as subjects of the British Empire. People in the devastated Virginia countryside were impoverished to such a degree that it took many decades to recover and to afford putting up even a modest monument to Confederate veterans. If one takes the trouble to review, as I have, the contemporaneous reasons given for the erection of the statue, it's abundantly clear that it was to honor the sacrifices made by Caroline County Confederates at a time 4 decades after the war when the survivors had reached old age. It's undeniable that it was erected in the era of Jim Crow, but the clear evidence is that the recognition of sacrifices was a reason for the statue. To argue otherwise in the face of all the evidence is to use
You're at 15
a
seconds.
logical fallacy of post hoc ergo propter hoc, after this, therefore because of this. Those in favor of the removal have warped sense of reconciliation. Reconciliation involves the process of making one view compatible with another, not removing one to satisfy another.
Can you sum it up, because you're done?
I'll skip to the end.
You're done.
Yeah. Judge not that ye be judged. Robert Lamb.
Who has Mr. Thomas, are you done? Mrs. Long?
Yes, this is from Lucius Fortune. I am Lucius Fortune. I am 89 years young and a veteran of the Korean War. I am a lifelong resident of Caroline County and currently reside in the Mattaponi District. There shouldn't be a need to fight this hard to remove a memory that symbolizes oppression and slavery against people. Every time I drive past the memorial, I think to myself, why is it still up? Why is it still normal to have a divisive statue that degrades the entire Afro-American community on the courthouse lawn? I pledge my full support for the removal of the Confederate memorial. Lucius Fortune. Thank you for a short letter.
Thank you. And I have a letter from Kay Brooks, Bowling Green District. I moved to Caroline County in 1976 and would be considered by many people to be a come here. I might have been raised in Hanover County, but my heart belongs to Caroline. History, culture, and education are important to me, which is why I worked hard to create a library system for our citizens. I also immersed myself in the community events and was an active parent during my children's curricular and sports years. Another admiration I have of Caroline County is the respect we show one another, established friendships, and we share, for the most part, a peaceful environment. It is upsetting to watch the recent protests and riots in Richmond and Fredericksburg, and I hope that Caroline would be exempt from this strife. Then I heard the talk about removing our own monument to our fallen soldiers. I do not support removing the statue from the courthouse lawn. Many times I have driven through town and observed tourists studying the memorial, reading the bricks surrounding the clock, pursuing the multicultural commemoration near the clerk's office. History is a big part of what draws people to our community, or to our county. As my husband Wayne Brooks has said, there is nothing that distinguishes the race, the affiliation, or the time in history of the designee of the soldier standing at the top of the tribute. It is simply a recognition of the sacrifice men have made to support our home. Many events in history, war, slavery, Nazism, the Holocaust, socialism, communism, are bitter pills to swallow, but it hopes that we learn from it and make our own world a better place. There will always be differences of opinion. Many times I have not agreed with an election or an event, but we live in a democratic society where we support and respect the value and value the opinion of the majority. All I ask is that we do so now. Again, I do not agree with the removing of the monument and hope that the Caroline Board of Supervisors will listen to the voices of the majority, whatever that might be. Kay Brooks.
I have one more, but it's cut off. It's from Mr. Timothy Hilton. Pam, came.
She's looking.
Okay.
1 minute.
Maybe one of y'all has page 2. Not that I'll. Okay. I'll look through my stuff. I don't have it, but I'll just go ahead and get started. It's one full page already anyway. I probably won't get past much of it. Okay, this is from Mr. Timothy Hilton. I don't have a address because the second page is not included.
Give it to Pam.
Removing the monuments only erases history. Where was the outrage or concern about the monuments and paintings when Democrats controlled virtually everything in the Capitol, on the Capitol grounds, and in the Senate chamber? The destruction weakens our consciousness of history, including history's darker side. Even more importantly, however, erasing monuments of once revered figure upsets an unspoken but long prevailing consensus governing our decisions of whom to commemorate. The consensus renders the commemoration process more meaningful and less political than it otherwise would be. The standard traditionally applies is as follows when deciding whom to commemorate: by statues, place names, monuments, holidays, currency, on coins. We select individuals who performed extraordinary feats that on balance made the world a better place. We disregard or discount those faults common to the individual's time and place. We do not erect monuments to people who performed extraordinary feats that were unquestionably evil, even if their characters included some virtuous traits. Thus, George Washington is memorialized in statues and places named, although he held slaves. Adolf Hitler gets none, although he was kind to dogs. Stupendous vision, energy, competence, and courage distinguished Christopher Columbus from others of his generation. His explorations united a world previously divided by hemispheres. His disreputable actions reflected attitudes and practices common to his society. Thus, we honor Christopher Columbus by monuments, place names, and a federal holiday. There were at least 2 reasons for not permitting contemporaneous vices to disqualify historical figures from favorable commemoration. First, virtually everyone acts in ways consistent with contemporaneous social norms, norms in which later generations may disapprove. Common faults are, by definition, common. If we disqualified all figures because we now reject their society's practices, we would commemorate few people indeed, and we would deprive ourselves of many sources of inspiration. Second, because almost everyone conforms to most respects to prevailing societal practices, disqualification for such conduct is necessarily arbitrary and driven more by politics than by merit. The fact that a particular vice prevailed in a person's place and time becomes an excuse for stripping the recognition from people whose lives contradict the propaganda of those in power. Today's progressives vandalize statues of Columbus and Lee allegedly because of actions motivated by racism. Tomorrow, a white nationalist majority might uproot monuments of Martin Luther King citing his adulteries and other indiscretions. Or a religiously conservative majority may blacklist outstanding
15 seconds.
women who, in private life, opted for legal abortions. Admittedly, the traditional consensus is not an infallible guide to deciding whom to commemorate. For one thing, it can be a close question whether a person's extraordinary
Can you
feats will
summarize? We're out of time.
make the world a better place. But the traditional standard does not minimize political manipulation of history. Perhaps that is precisely why the standard is flaunted by those who want to politicize everything. I oppose the removal of our history. Timothy Hilton, Bowling Green District.
My understanding, those are all the letters that were received.
By staff.
I think are they gonna speak? NAACP, are they, they're gonna speak.
I think Mr. Fields is going to speak for the NAACP.
That's why they read his letter.
Okay. Because it's one or the other.
Right, that's why they.
What's this? No.
All right, so we're going to start with the numbers. I don't know who has number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6.
Number 6 through 10 will go out in the hallway. And number 1, start here, and we'll do 1 through 5 up the line. You number 1? Come on up here.
I know.
I have my card. And this goes to all the board members. Am I ready to talk?
Just state your name and your voting district, and then your time will start.
Barbara Bird, Bowling Green District. Ladies and gentlemen, on 18 July 2020, shortly after the Board of Supervisors meeting, it was brought to my attention that a decision on removing the subject monument had already been decided. This means that the other side of the removal is just a big futile attempt, a joke. If this is true, I say to all board members predetermined to remove the monument should be voted out because the board is following the general trend and not the desires of the citizens of Caroline County. Mr. Underwood, I'm saying this to you directly.
You can only address the comments to me. You cannot address them to board members.
Because you responded to my email. On 13 August 2020, 12 days before this meeting, you stated, I respectfully disagree and support the removal of the statue. OT has no place on public property and surely not in from of the courthouse. This tells Caroline citizens that you are prejudiced and biased. Again, I say to you, you are prejudiced and biased. You should resign immediately.
Mrs. Byrd, you cannot address, you've got to direct those comments not at
Okay.
a board member.
The
Not
monument
at
is a
board member.
genetic soldier erected by the people of Caroline for all soldiers from Caroline who served during the Civil War. It is not named, and again, it is from Caroline citizens. My suggestions are, you immediately resign and not be allowed to vote on this matter.
You got it, you cannot,
Leave the monument and other,
I'm going to say this.
have anything else to say about Mr. Underwood?
You
That
don't
the
need to
Caroline
talk.
move all, and I mean all monuments from the courthouse. Thank you.
Let me restate the rules. The comments are directed to the board chair. They are not about board members. They are about the topic. And I will cut people off. Next.
Mr. Chairman, that level of ignorance is below my response.
Thank you,
I will
Mr.
not
Underwood.
respond.
No, I'm going to ask the audience to refrain.
Robert Atkinson, Mattaponi District. Supervisors, with respect. One day, our sun will be a cold, dead cinder. And on that day, if we have not left our solar system for a new home elsewhere, it will be as if humanity never existed. All our art, all our music and literature, all our history, all our triumphs and failures, all our hopes and dreams, petty difference, all of it will be as if it never was. The only indications that we will ever have existed at all will be a few stray radio waves and the Voyager spacecraft, lost and alone in the dark between the stars. Given this grim prediction, it may seem as if it matters little whether one inoffensive statue to the brave citizens of this county should stay or go. After all, giving in to the demands of the ignorant and hateful would seem the path of least resistance. If everything will come to nothing one day, why does it matter? Why is it worth fighting over? But whatever may happen in the distant future, the sun will rise tomorrow. It will rise the next day, and every day for the rest of the lives of everyone in this room and their children. We do not actually know and cannot with any certainty control the future, and we can't change the past. But today there's a choice. Do you dispute the valor of our departed citizens? Do you deny their courage? Do you doubt their bravery? If so, present your evidence. But if you do not, will you say to the descendants of these brave men, you who sit in air-conditioned offices and can call 911 if you but stub your toe, that they who endured horrors you likely cannot imagine and never will have to, medicine that was but one step above butchery, and often returned maimed or not at all, deserve no memorial, no memory, and to be wiped from public perception of history? If the answer is yes, I must question your integrity and your dedication to the citizens of this county whom you purport to represent, and your fitness for the office you now hold. If not, then why is this even being discussed? When the sun rises tomorrow, you must live with the consequences and your conscience, and possibly a class action lawsuit against the county. And the sun will rise, there is no doubt about that. When the Library of Alexandria was burned and its head librarian was, for all intents and purposes, flayed alive at the hands of what we would today call peaceful protesters, the sun rose then too, and civilization spent a millennium playing catch-up. It wasn't the end of the world. When it is the end of the world, I wonder, will we deserve the oblivion that may be the fate of our species? Or will we rise above the barbarian notion that anything we don't understand or someone has decided is offensive must be wiped not just from our sight, but the sight of all?
You had 15 seconds.
Will we rise above the pettiness and ignorance, hate and contempt for departed citizens of this county that was the seeming genesis of this motion? If we cannot, I say to you that while oblivion may be all the universe permits us, it is perhaps more than we deserve. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Atkinson.
Good evening. My name is Gwendolyn Green, and I am from the Reedy Church District. I am also an employee of Caroline County Public Schools. The Confederate monuments are more than a reminder of our racist past. They are symbols of our racist present. These monuments were controversial before they went up. Blacks had no say in this matter during segregation. If black Southerners had gone to protest the monument back in the Jim Crow era, they would have been lynched. They would have been strange fruit hanging from the trees. Up until the 1880s, the monuments were put in cemeteries, but decades later, in the Reconstruction, they started going up in front of courthouses and other public places as a symbol of white supremacy. Mr. Chairman, I know you love to talk about attending Norfolk State University, so how do you think that they would feel about you attending an HBCU and you didn't stand up for the black citizens of Caroline County? We don't need you to keep coming to our churches when we're having homecomings or pastor anniversaries or when it's time for elections or when we're just, having programs and you're posting stuff or writing stuff. We need you to stand up for us. I know that it might be political, but let's do the moral thing. How in the world can we say that we are one Caroline and we can't even decide on a Confederate monument to come down that makes black people feel oppressed? So I will say for this day, let's start something new. Let's start a new Caroline where we can all be included, where that we can say that we are one Caroline. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Green.
I have a letter from Sophia Rollins, who is in the Bowling Green District, and I am going to read her letter.
Yeah, we're just going to take her letter because you've used your time. But is it long?
It's not long.
Okay.
And that's not what I was told
Go ahead.
yesterday. Thank you. This is from Sophia Rollins from the Bowling Green District. She says, Mr. Seeley, I am writing to you as a Caroline County resident, county employee, and a black wife and mother. I do not feel like the Confederate monument needs to be standing proud in the center of Bowling Green, especially at the courthouse. Now, I get it's part of history, but surely not a part of history you can be proud of. You can't sugarcoat it and what it stands for. The Confederate Army committed treason to the U.S. by going against them just to keep slavery going. So when I look at that monument, it takes me right back to those times in the KKK and how proud people are to keep trying to keep us oppressed. Now, we're supposed to be one Caroline, and if that is true, let us start a new chapter by taking that monument down to show that we are not proud of wanting to be oppressed and to bring trauma to our community. I believe there is a place for that monument, and that is in a veterans museum, although they were traitors to the U.S. as they were veterans. I want my sons to be proud, not ashamed in a county that will fight so hard to try and make them feel like slavery still exists. Do you see the Germans having monuments and memorials of Hitler and his Nazi army? I can answer that, no, they don't. Hitler did terrible, unspeakable things to the Jewish people as the white masters did to the African American slaves. So if you want to keep that monument and continue to make us feel oppressed, ask yourself why. I ask that you remove it because having it brings grief and trauma to many, and seeing that before going into a courthouse, well, it's like just saying to us, seems like you have already lost if you are African American. Thank you for your time and praying you will let the love of God help you make the right and the only decision. Take it down and give it back. Thank you.
11 and 12 to the hallway.
Good evening, to Chairman Seeley, Vice Chairman Thomas, and members of the board. My name is Dwayne Fields Sr., and I serve as the president of the Caroline County chapter of the NAACP. I'm also the pastor of the Oxford Mount Zion Baptist Church. and I'm also a proud resident of the Reedy Church District, where we have an amazing supervisor. I'm here to express my strong desire to see the Confederate monument removed from the courthouse lawn in our county. For the past few months, we have come before this board with this request. Obviously, this has gained much traction and has literally blossomed into a movement not just here in Caroline, but throughout our Commonwealth and our country. Several counties in Virginia have decided to make this decision, in some cases a unanimous decision, in an effort to be remembered on the right side of history. For African Americans, these statues represent a system and time when we were slaves and the economy of the Confederacy depended upon the work on the backs of unwilling participants. While some may differ on the reasons why the Civil War was fought, one thing we can all agree on: for the Confederacy, a victory would have included a continuance of the institution of slavery, an institution that included rape, imprisonment, bondage, captivity, torture, lynchings, and every other act of vitriol one could imagine. When I look at that statue, I don't see an historical work of art. I see an immoral symbol that reminds me that in the eyes of some people, all I'm worth is free labor. As a pastor and community leader, I am very concerned. I'm concerned about what message we leave out of here with tonight. All of you have been elected to represent your constituency, but more importantly, you represent God. A God who loves, a God who helps, and a God who liberates. And tonight is a defining moment, a moment that most likely will be etched in the history annals of this county. Our county is more divided now than I've witnessed in my 30 years here. But fortunately, the dividing line is a rather simple one, a line that separates right from wrong, morality from immorality, and good from evil. In the words of our local NAACP Vice Chair, Mr. Reuben Rock, this ain't got nothing to do with politics. This is about morals. In closing, there is one introspective question I submit to you for your consideration tonight. What will the historical record that bears this state read about you? Will it read that you chose to stand up for what is right, what is good, and what is moral? Or will it read that you chose to support a system that offends and serves as a constant reminder of the darkness of oppression and pain inflicted upon my ancestors? We have adopted in Caroline the slogan, "One Caroline." The fact is, we will never be a unified county when those who have oppressed, and often still do oppress, are rewarded with symbols erected to stoke fear in the hearts of those who suffered and still suffer oppression to this day. Because I am a pastor, I want to remind you of what Jesus said. You do know Jesus, the one John described as having hair like wool and feet like fine brass, who said in Luke 12, as he warned his disciples of future crisis and discerning the times. Here's what he said in the Message translation: you don't have to be a genius to understand these things. Just use your common sense, the kind you'd use while being taken to court. You decided to settle up with your accuser on the way, knowing that if the case went to the judge, you'd probably go to jail and pay every last penny of the fine. That's the kind of decision I'm asking you to make. And in my own words, that's the same decision tonight that we're asking you to make. God bless you.
Thank you, Reverend Fields. Clerk P to the whole way.
Chairman Seeley, Vice Chairman Thomas, and members of the board, good evening. My name is Lydell Fortune, and I reside in the Mattaponi District. I rise not only to represent the Caroline County Citizens for Just Communities, but also to represent the African-American residents of Caroline County who were alive in 1906 when the Confederate Memorial was erected and did not have the privilege of speaking out against it, for their protest could have easily caused their lives. Chairman Seeley, you opened the February 11th, 2020 Board of Supervisors meeting by stating the following: our shared goal as a board has always been and will always continue to be one of bringing citizens together and making decisions that are best for everyone countywide. I have previously addressed the board to express why I believe removing the Confederate Memorial from the courthouse lawn in Bowling Green is the right thing to do from a moral perspective. We all know that the Confederacy fought to preserve the institution of slavery in the South. Any celebration of heritage as it relates to the Confederacy constitutes a tacit celebration of a time when black men, women, and children were considered chattel. You have heard speakers more articulate than I express the visceral reaction they feel when they pass by this towering symbol of oppression. This evening, I want to express why we know removing the Confederate Memorial is not only the right thing to do, but also the best decision for all citizens of Caroline County. During the August 11th, 2020 board meeting, Mr. Forehand raised a question concerning the cost of removing the memorial. I submit that the more important question to consider is what will be the cost of voting to allow the Confederate Memorial to remain on public property. During a non-related public hearing on that same night, Mr. Black noted how pro-business this board has been in the past, and I'm sure wanting to continue to be in the future. I applaud the board for its pro-business posture. We all know that how important it is for any community to have a thriving business community, especially in terms of tax revenue that's generated by businesses and used to fund our schools and essential services provided by government. During that same public hearing comment section, I listed the litany of local governments around the Commonwealth that have unanimously voted to remove Confederate memorials from public property within their jurisdictions. Do you believe that businesses outside of Caroline will want to relocate here or place offices here if the board decides tonight to reaffirm the cause of the Confederacy by voting to allow the Confederate memorial to remain on the courthouse lawn? Rest assured, any business contemplating coming to Caroline will be made aware of the board's decision and will be asked to defend its decision to come here if the derisive symbol remains on public property. Do you think that individuals who truly embrace racial equity and inclusion here in Caroline will not lobby the governor and the General Assembly to withhold efforts to assist the county in wooing new businesses here? Rest assured, these efforts will commence if that symbol is allowed to remain on public property. Do you believe that the decision to become the first Virginia locality to vote to keep the Confederate memorial erected on public property after receiving authority to decide the fate of these symbols of oppression will not garner national attention? Rest assured it will. Remember, Chairman Sealy, you stated that the goal of this board is to make decisions that are in the best interest of all citizens of Caroline County. Decisions that are not solely driven by public opinion, decisions that are not driven by political expediency, decisions that are not driven by fear, but decisions that are in the best interest of all citizens of Caroline County. Removing this Confederate memorial from the courthouse lawn is not only in the economic best interest of the citizens of Caroline, it also happens to be the right thing to do. As the old adage goes, actions speak louder than words. I ask that the board converts its mere words into action this evening by unanimously voting to remove the Confederate memorial from the courthouse lawn. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fortune. Huh? He represents, do we have a sheet? I was going to do it at 8.
Good evening. My name is Jeremiah Hirsch from Bowling Green District. As I understand the deep connection and ancestry to the Confederate soldiers that lived here and fought, that some might not had support the ideology and choice to force to defend against the state and the Union, that there is, without a doubt, the racist connection to the Confederacy and all symbolism of it. This does not change the history, and as we can see throughout the county and surrounding areas, there are plenty of places to re-step the footsteps of battles and generals in their homes, where you can go as free will to go check out and see. The difference is with this is it's a personal choice for them to go see it instead of have to walk down the street and be subject to it. I stand together with my brothers and sisters in the community against this racist connection that KKK and white supremacist groups still hold strong. And we ask you to do the right thing, the moral decision for everyone in our county. And I stand here and speaking for the ones, the majorities that, sorry, lost my, for the ones that are not being heard and outnumbered. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hirsch. 15 to the hallway. Yeah, we can stop after. Well, 15 just went to the hallway, so you want to take. Okay. Okay.
Good evening. My name is Pamela Smith, and I am a resident of the Mattaponi District. I am requesting that the board votes to have the monument remain on the Bowling Green Courthouse lawn with the other monuments that represent our county's soldiers from other wars and conflicts. Your package should include a copy of an original petition that I submitted last Tuesday with 808 signatures of Caroline County residents asking to let the monument remain where it currently resides. These residents were contacted in person, not online, by knocking on doors and talking to them. I believe that currently we do not have anyone still alive in Caroline that was born or attended the unveiling of the monument in 1906. I do not know what was in the minds of those that attended, but for me, this monument is a remembrance of my Caroline County ancestors that fought during the Civil War. It reminds me of the sacrifices and hardships they and their family had to endure. My ancestors were men that could not read or write. They did not vote to secede from the Union. That decision was made by the delegates of this Commonwealth. When the war ended, our Caroline County men took the oath of allegiance to this country and went to their families and neighbors to help shape our county. On the side of the monument, it states that it was erected by the people of Caroline County to commemorate the valor and endurance of its soldiers. I ask that you do not sit in judgment of these men and do not impose the standards of the 21st century on Americans on the 19th century. Vote to let the monument remain because it is a part of our shared American history and should be kept safe and protected. Thank you for taking your time to listen tonight and acknowledge the other 807 Caroline County residents that signed the petition asking you to vote to save the monument.
Thank you, Ms. Smith.
Good evening, Board of Supervisors. My name is Doug Allison. I'm a resident of the Mattaponi District. I serve as teacher and head football coach at Caroline High School. I'm asking that you vote to remove the Confederate monument in front of the Bowling Green Courthouse. It is my opinion that the location of this statue is not appropriate. I believe that the institutions where we uphold the laws of our democracy, i.e. a courthouse, must be held to the highest standards of ensuring equality for all served. A symbol of white supremacy erected during the Jim Crow era is not appropriate in front of a courthouse that's supposed to serve all our residents. The Confederate States were united in their desire to keep and enforce slavery, period. Do you want to support that tacitly or otherwise? Furthermore, this statue was erected during the Jim Crow era. an era where people of color were subjugated to an ugly chapter of de jure segregation, an era when men of color who had been constitutionally guaranteed the right to vote saw that right challenged with unconstitutional attempts to silence their voices. If we as a county do not act to remove this symbol, we are essentially endorsing both the evil of slavery and the Jim Crow segregation. Justice for all and endorsement of racial supremacy cannot coexist, period. You can't have justice and endorse white supremacy. For those that fear that the removal of this statue would somehow erase an era of history, I ask that you consider moving the statue to a museum. It is my hope that we all continue to listen to each other and learn how to make our democracy inclusive for all. I hope that we do a better job to live up to our commitment that we are founded on, that all men are created equal. I wrote those down, but I want to speak from the heart for the last minute. I have a degree in history. I'm proud of the fact that I graduated from Randolph-Macon. I didn't get that degree by staring at statues. Statues don't teach you history. They honor things. And a statue that honors an evil institution in which anyone feels uncomfortable is not appropriate. It's not appropriate for anyone to not feel comfortable in front of their courthouse. If that hurts to hear it, perhaps you're defensive, perhaps you feel that you're under attack. You're not. I got my privilege challenged and I had to check my privilege at the door. Last, I grew up half my life in Germany. I know who Hitler was. There's not a swastika allowed to fly in Germany. There are no Nazi statues in Germany. The only place I saw them were in the museums where they belong. Thank you, One Caroline.
Thank you, Mr. Allison.
Good evening. My name is Reverend Joy Carter Minor from the Mattaponi District. Chairman Seeley, gentlelady, and gentlemen of the board, you hold the power to undo the disillusionment that that monument is a heritage to be revered as citizens of this county enter the courthouse, a place where the scales of justice should be balanced. The silence and contentment that existed until now is evident of this disillusionment that exists in Caroline County. If this county is peaceful, it's because it's never had to deal with its past. If this county is peaceful, it's because it's never had to answer to the families that were displaced and the generations who lost their inheritance after the federal government seized over 75,000 acres of their land and then renamed it after the Confederate Lieutenant General A.P. Hill. To further demonstrate this disillusionment, there is a replica of a whale fossil and other animal bones on display at the Visitor Center. There is an abundance of paraphernalia glorifying the capture of John Wilkes Booth, the President Lincoln's assassin. There is no regard for the relationship between the place, Caroline County, and the identity, accomplishments, and the legacy of the people who are unique, diverse, and whose heritage deserves to be respected and celebrated. The evidence of this disillusionment tells a sordid story of how the cultural and economic heritage of Caroline County is interpreted by those elected by the people. The memorial to Confederate soldiers complements this disillusionment. Those passing through the county and those who choose to stop see the symbolic meaning of that memorial and a blatant disregard for the culture and heritage of the people. If there is an expectation that the visitor would experience a tangible or socio-psychological connection to the remnants of the past, that memory is a horror. If the county intends to experience the surge that is attracting tourists to the beauty of our countryside, the memorial is a deterrent. If you expect to attract tourism and future business in this country, what will people interpret of the meanings of this statue now that you are on notice? How will they react when they have to transact business in your sacred courthouse corridors? As you debate and decide the fate of the statue, Ask yourself, as one gazes at the statue, a symbol of oppression erected to incite fear and to laud an ideology of white supremacy, what does this gaze say about the county, both culturally and historically? Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Minor. This is 15. Is this number, are you number 15?
Oh, nowhere near that.
Oh, you're not there yet. They've held them up until after, this is our last before the break. She's number 9.
This is number 9. Oh, y'all ready? My name is Raymond Quash. I'm from the Reader Church, Don District. I'm assuming that most of y'all are religious people, have churches, go to churches, synagogue, whatever you go to. I got a question that, how would you like if they built a statue of Lucifer in front of your church, and you have to walk past him every Sunday morning that you go to church? You wouldn't like that. See, because my family is in the African History Museum up in D.C. Our name is plaqued on the wall. We came over, not as slaves, but as indentured servants. We kept our last name. And what I'm saying is, why do we have a statue for somebody? I always said it was treason. If you went against the Union, which was the United States of America, that means that you were treason. You fought against what is. And like I see a lot of people walking around with Confederate flags on, but they don't have an American flag. If you walk around with a Confederate flag, that means that you're against the Union. Not because most people don't realize the Confederate didn't last for 5 years. You know, people pushing out all these years of this, the Confederate only lasts 5 years. Remember that now. You know, people are now going around, oh, it's my heritage. No, your heritage is you were a citizen of the United States of America. You decide that you won't fight against the government, so that makes you a traitor. I don't know what your description of a traitor is, but my traitor is if you go against the government, you are a traitor. And like I said, nowhere do you see any statues of Hitler and nowhere. Our people fought, and when they came back, they still weren't citizens. We died. I had brothers that died in the army. You know, and then when they came back, they weren't considered citizens. They were just another person. So I wish that y'all take that statue down. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Quash. That's what I thought, that
Mrs. Golden, just for Mrs. Golden and Mrs. Fortune, I don't think we need to have them actually standing for all that time, since sometimes they may need to. But if you can sit on the edge of a chair, Miss Fortune, Miss Golden, you're gonna speak, but you're next, so you don't need, if you can sit on the edge of a chair or something.
I am Reverend Cynthia Terrell Golden, and Mr. Jeff Seeley is my supervisor, and I'm from the Bowling Green District. Good evening, Board of Supervisors. I am a retired educator, and I gave 50 years of service to Caroline County. I came by to tell you today that a house divided against itself just can't stand. Caroline County must stay united in order to prosper and, yes, grow. I do not want to be reminded of slavery and the slave blocks. My family members were sold. They were sold, and I never, or my family, heard from them again. Our nation is now going through a deadly health pandemic. In the midst of political and social unrest, we have important business to achieve. Mr. Seeley, I'm calling on you to come back to my house and stop the debates that I'm having to listen to night and day. My son is interested in history, and he doesn't want anything erased. He wanted to be seen and heard by all mankind. Let him know the injustice that we have endured. Oh, I'm suffering, Mr. Sealy. Come right on back to my house and help me get it straight. You know, here in Caroline County, we have some real business to move forward with. Let's work together. Let's stay close together and solve this problem and all problems. We must realize that as we go about our daily ventures and the business of Caroline County, we must concern ourselves with the realization that all matters, all lives matter. Yes, all lives matter. It is my hope, it is my prayer that you remove that statue from the county seat and place it somewhere else in this county. This is a real moral issue. Together we stand, divided we fall. Together, yes, together we can reach our goal. Take it down, place it somewhere else in the best interest of all mankind. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your consideration, and may God bless you all.
Thank you, Mrs. Golden, and I will come see you and your son. I know she's having a time.
Chairman, Mr. Sealy, Vice Chairman, Mr. Thomas. My name is Myrtle Fortune. I am a lifetime resident of the Mattaponi District. I've been active in the community all my adult life. I am a 30-year retiree from the Caroline County Public Schools. I am a person who believes in fairness for all people. Symbols that celebrate the institution of slavery is just not acceptable anywhere in this 21st century. What happened then was then, which started in the 1600s. Robert Maynard Hutchins wrote, "Democracy is the only form of government that is founded on the dignity of man, not the dignity of some men, of some rich men, educated men, of white men, but of all men." Now, this is the year of 2020. I want to move forward and look into a brighter future for my grandchildren. They know about slavery, and when they read about it and we talk about it, they get upset. I am a citizen of the Caroline County who pay taxes and follow the law like everyone else. Democracy is not about that. It's about courtesy and respect to all people. We are disrespecting the Constitution of the United States. Let's work together without bitterness and secure this nation back together in peace for all people. African Americans have been and still is in all branches of the military and are proud to serve and protect all people because that's who we are and no one can take that away. My proposal is to take that Confederate monument down from Bowling Green Courthouse lawn. Just do the right thing. In closing, Galatians 6, 9, and 10 says, as we have the opportunity, let us do good to all people. Remember, God determines the outcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Fortune. Good evening.
Members of the board, my name is David Stork, and I live in the Bowling Green District. And I ask for your indulgence and understanding as I attempt to offer my opinion on the Confederate Veterans Monument in Bowling Green. It is my hope that no one interprets the things that I will say or the comparisons that I might use as making light of or in any way diminishing some terrible parts of our history. It has become very popular recently to attempt to correct or sanitize history or specific events that have occurred in the past. I think most people have the best of intentions. They feel they're trying to correct past injustices or at least show folks that they do not subscribe to or agree with certain things or events that have occurred. I personally can't even imagine a time when one human being enslaved another or treated another as less than equal. If I had ancestors that were treated that way, I would never want that time forgotten or sanitized. I think all historical artifacts are lessons for future generations in a hope that they will never be repeated. When is racism going to go away? When we stop talking about it every time something bad happens. When we stop leading with it in every discussion. When we lead with actual facts, evidence, factual numbers, and love instead of emotions that are meant to inflame and divide us. I have a lifelong friend who committed a white-collar crime, went to prison, paid restitution, and lost everything because of his crime. He's now a model citizen. What if every time I saw him, I brought up his crime and talked about it in front of whoever I was around at the time? I have a friend that was an alcoholic and heading down a road of destruction, but sought treatment and completely turned her life around. What if every time I saw her and her kids, I brought up about the time she got her DUI? Would any of these examples be productive things to do? The best gift I could give my friends would be to never speak of their transgressions again. Keep picking a wound that has scabbed over and it will never heal. Of all of the issues facing our county residents right now, poverty, teen pregnancy rate, school funding, COVID-19, this is what we should be spending time and money on? Is this the issue that defines our community right now? Don't get me wrong, given today's climate, I wish this monument wasn't sitting right in front of the courthouse. But is destroying this statue or others going to fix what's wrong in our community? I wish it was that simple. When is racism going to end? When we stop talking about it and picking at it all the time. When we stop making every event racially motivated. When we stop saying a black man shot a 5-year-old white child. Or when we stop saying a white cop kills a black man. Or when we stop saying a black man rapes a white woman.
Mr. Stork, can you wrap it up? We're at 3 minutes.
All we're doing is promoting hate, and in most cases, nothing to do with actually what happened. If history has been portrayed in a one-sided fashion, then why haven't we promoted telling the other side? Where has there been an initiative to tell the story of the enslaved of Native Americans?
Mr. Stork, I need you to wrap it up.
Thank you.
I want to remind everybody that I will take care of the time. I'm watching. Good evening.
Good evening. First, giving honor to God, and I have to do that because I too am a pastor and an evangelist. I see there's a lot of Christians in the house and pastors and evangelists. That's a wonderful thing. First, I want to give honor to the Board of Supervisors, to the law enforcement, and last but not least, to the citizens of this great county in Caroline County. I would be remiss if I didn't come here today. I live outside of this county.
You have to tell us who you are and what
Ernest
district you're on
Woodson
first.
III, and I'm from the Mattapanai district. And I live outside of the county presently, but my roots are still here. We have family land up on 606, and we pay taxes on it, so we're still here in Caroline County. In 1965, I was one of the 3 blacks that integrated Caroline Elementary School, the all-white school, right up the street here. And so I've seen a lot in this county. I've seen almost a movie, a Clint Eastwood movie, The Good, Bad, and the Ugly. And I've seen a lot of changes. I remember the all-white private pool that we couldn't swim at when we were little and it was hot and we wanted to go to the pool. I've seen a lot of changes in this community. I've lived in Philadelphia, New York, and Detroit, and I've experienced a lot. My godmama, my grandmama used to say, same soup, different bowl. People are the same all over. But the one thing that makes a difference is having an understanding. And the Bible says, in all that we get an understanding. You see, when I first spoke about this great county of Caroline County, I wanted to quote Romans 4:7 that says, all things, no, it says, the Bible says, speak those things that may not be as though they were. And that's a positive thing that we have to do. We have to continue to speak things positive that may not be. And what I just want to leave with you tonight, because I've heard my speech already spoken by so many people behind me, so many profound things have been said, and it's been wonderful things, and I don't want to just reiterate that. My family, my great-grandfather, born in the 1800s, Villsbury, up on 606, he was one of those whose house was jacked up from AP Hill and came over across the street. He had 150 acres of land. He had a garage. He had a restaurant. He had a store. He earned all of that. Papa Washington, LTW Washington. And then my grandparents, Carrie and Thomas Jackson, were born in 1904, 1905. They're deceased now. I've seen a lot in this county, and all I can say to you, Caroline County, a lot of these names that I heard a text read, I know these people. I went to school with these people. I can name off a bunch of names right now. And it's amazing to see people grow up and not grow. And that's sad. But I came here to just add my 2 cents to this and say that anything that brings civil unrest should be moved. The Bible says, if your eye offendeth your brother, pluck it out. If your hand offendeth your brother, chop it off. We're not that extreme, but all I can say is, if you want to work together, if you want to see unity, if you want to see a better day, then we have to come together. The last scripture I want to leave with you, Luke 12 and 48. To whom much is given, much is required. You know that scripture. God bless you.
Thank you, Mr. Winston. That was a remove. Ernest Winston III. Ernest Winston III. No, he was asking your name. I was just...
W-O-O-D-S-O-N. Ernest Woodson.
Woodston. I'm sorry. Woodson. Got it.
Thank you.
How many cards do we have out? This is number 15. I'll go find out for you. 36.
Good evening.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Reuben Rock. I'm a lifelong resident of Caroline County. I reside in the Mattaponi district with my family. I'm a 1983 graduate of Caroline High School, 1988 graduate of VCU, and I'm a military veteran. I've toiled the last 30-odd years with the Rappahannock Electric Cooperative. I serve as a trustee at the St. John Baptist Church for over 20 years. I'm a member of Welcome Chapter number 129, Order of the Eastern Star, and a past master of Welcome Lodge number 125. I believe in the Caroline Recovery Program, and I'm an advocate for the NAACP. I stand today in support of the removal of the Confederate statue from the courthouse lawn. It saddens my spirit that in 2020 we have to have this conversation. I'm thankful for this special hearing, and I'm glad that we did not fuel this community further by making this a referendum. My Bible reminds me of a decision that Pilate made during the mock trial of Barabbas and Jesus. Pilate knew that Jesus was innocent of all crimes because he wanted to please the people. He allowed them to release Barabbas and crucify my Savior. Unlike then, this is a moral issue, not a political one. Dan Snyder hopefully learned a valuable lesson about the team that I hold so dear. If the name offends my Native American brethren, then it should be changed. This monument is a bitter reminder of a lost war and a lost cause of slavery. The Democratic vice presidential candidate, Kamala Harris, stated, "There is no vaccine for racism in our society." My friend Linda Thomas would remind me that none of us are free until all of us are free. If Malcolm Little were alive today, he would say this monument would have to come down by any means necessary. John Lewis would say, the time is now to do what is right, and Black Lives Matter. Martin Luther King Jr. would say, we shall overcome. William Cullen Bryant would say that truth crushed to earth will rise again. Carlyle would remind me that no lie can live forever. It is time to remove the statue. If not now, when? The monument must go. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rock. We are going to take a 10-minute break. It's now 8 o'clock, 8:10, board members. Number
If you're,
16 is next.
if you
If
have
they
number
will line up.
16 to 20 in here, 21 to 25 is out in the hallway. Yep. Anybody have number 16? Yeah. All right. Anybody have number 17, 18, 19, and 20? Come on up, sir, you're first one.
Good evening, Chairman Seeley, and again, Co-Chairman Thomas. It's good to see you tonight. My name is Marvin Fields. I'm the pastor of Second Mount Zion Baptist Church in Dawn, Virginia. This is my third time coming in the last two months. I think I've spoken, I've said a lot. A lot's been on my mind. And someone asked me a question. They said, well, why are you so concerned about it now after all these years? And I thought that was an interesting question. I think what happened to George Floyd changed a lot of us. And it woke a lot of people up to the realities of life. And you have to be walking our shoes to understand how we feel. And I'll say this again, I think I said the last time, that when you go, now as I go past the statue, I look at it a little bit different. Never paid much attention to it until the last few months, and all of a sudden it hit me. It represented oppression and slavery. And those that, their ancestors, I understand how some of those felt, their ancestors fought, but what were they really fighting for? They were fighting to keep us in slavery. And I don't call that a hero. Somebody that fights to oppress people. We can't erect a statue of somebody that was fighting to keep us in bondage. So I say to you tonight that this is not a political issue. Somehow folks have made this a political issue. I say the last one, and I'll say it again. This is a moral issue. It's the right thing to do. And I know it's going to hurt some feelings. I think it was back in 2001. Some of y'all were here. Some of you remember, they wanted to erect a statue for Gabriel Presser. Some of you may not remember that. I think, Jeff, you were there, and Floyd, you remember that discussion we had. And it was voted down. I believe it was 4-2 or whatever it was. I forget what it was. 3-2, wasn't it? You remember that vote. And one of the things, a couple of things came out. They said, well, we don't want to do this because we don't want to hurt any more feelings in Caroline, because Gabriel Presser, to give a little background, he led a revolt in Henrico and killed some white insurgents. And it's, well, why should we recognize that? But guess what? That monument representing keeping us in slavery, in oppression. It's no difference. They didn't want to hurt feelings then, but yet it's all right to hurt our feelings. And we're people too, we count, we pay taxes like everybody else. So I think we've said enough. Vote your conscience, vote what you know is right. Because if you vote not to take it down, what you're really saying, I still support slavery.
Thank you, Pastor Fields. Okay, I'm going to ask, people have made comments. There's the click-in and everything afterwards. It's supposed to be just public comment, nothing afterwards. I'm just going to ask everybody to refrain.
Good evening, Chairman Seeley, Vice Chairman Thomas. My name's Rob Hanley. I live in Bowling Green. I spoke to you about this 2 weeks ago. And tonight, I'll say now tonight, like I said then, that I make no brief for the Confederacy. Confederacy was a terrible cause and needed to be defeated. But I did speak in favor of a referendum because I would have been interested in knowing how all the residents of the county feel on the issue. That's not going to happen, so tonight you're going to make a decision. And I think since so many citizens of the county feel that that statue is a symbol of oppression and injustice, I say it's time to remove it from the grounds of the courthouse. And it needs to be removed to some piece of private property where it can be preserved, if only as an artifact of history, which it is. After all, it stood in front of the courthouse for 126 years, and that makes it, like old buildings and other old things, something that should be preserved for history. But moving that thing, I think, is going to be a significant undertaking. I don't know how the county is going to pay for it, but you need to figure that out. Because if for financial expediency, the easy thing became to just knock the doggone thing over and put it in a truck and haul it away to a dump, that would certainly get the job done. But I think that given the fact that there are probably a lot of folks in the county who are attached to that monument for one reason or another, that would be a momentary triumph of the removal of the statue, but a Pyrrhic victory, because I think it would actually deepen the divisions in the county that we're trying to heal and be a blow to racial reconciliation. So in conclusion, I would say you've got your work cut out for you tonight, and I encourage you to be wise and judicious in how you go about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hanley.
Good evening, Chairman of the Board, Vice Chairman and Board of County Supervisors. I thank you for this evening, having me. My name is Gary Trey Taylor. I represent the Madison District, and I just wanted to reiterate that my name is Gary Tremaine Taylor, son of Stacy and Stephanie Taylor, grandson of Annie Mae Hicks and Ralph Taylor, Lucy Saunders, and Lloyd Saunders. I am a master's level social worker, soon to be licensed clinical social worker. I'm a father, I'm a husband, I'm a son, I am an author, I am a deacon, I am a black man, I am a community advocate, I'm a mental health advocate. I wear a lot of hats. And the only thing I bully is the system that continues to oppress my African American people. Now, I've stood up here many of times speaking to you guys about dropping the monument and removing the monument because it does not represent this great Caroline County. It doesn't represent one Caroline. But tonight I'm going to talk to you about the psychological impacts that African Americans have had to face for over 400 years. As many as stated before, from the psychological, from the economic, from the social issues, the things that we had to face as a people, this monument is a slap in the face. The Confederate flag that's flown, the monuments were erected in the Jim Crow era. You know about the Jim Crow era, right? It was killing black folks left and right. Confederate flag is akin to racism and akin to the KKK. And yet we want to sit here and debate about why it should stay. But we're supposed to be all created equal. Psychological impact of heritage versus hate, where if it's your heritage, then that means you are holding on to something that is akin to slavery, evil, and racism. Do you want to hold on to that? Confederate monuments never had the best interests of black people at heart. And for those who say, well, it never bothered any black folks prior to that, well, probably because they were scared to speak out and scared to protest for fear of being killed, i.e. Jim Crow era, i.e. civil rights movement, i.e. when Martin Luther King marched, he was beaten in his head. The Confederate monuments have no place here in Caroline County, and if you can't understand the psychological impacts, the trauma that African Americans have to face for centuries upon centuries, it does not make any sense to me that you can't understand that but want to sit here and be one Caroline and be one brother and sister with one another. My community is hurting. We don't want to see it. We don't want to see nothing involved with Confederacy, the slavery, anything of that nature. It does not belong here, and you need to remove it. Good evening.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. 27 and 28 to the hallway.
Good evening, Chairman and Supervisors. My name is Tony Harris, and I'm a resident of the Mattaponi District and a U.S. Army veteran. I don't envy the position of the board tonight. No matter what you do tonight, 30% of your district will be upset with you. As a pastor, I know it never feels good to have your congregation upset with you. But I want you to picture two different outcomes. Option number one, you move the statue to a private location. Yes, people will be mad and hurt. But eventually, if the statue is replaced with a World War II hero or another symbol that we can agree on, the discontent will eventually dissipate. I believe people will get over it and move on. Option number two, you don't move that statue. The statue remains as a constant reminder of not only the Confederacy, but your decision on this day. Let me promise you this. On everything that I love and hold dear, as long as that statue stands, this issue will never go away. Let me alter a Langston Hughes quote a little bit. Looks like what drives me crazy don't have no effect on you, but we gonna keep on at it till it drives you crazy too. The issue will get bigger and bigger every day. And in every way, this issue becomes a catalyst for change in Caroline. The statue will eventually, with boycotts, get national attention as more statues go down across the South. The Bowling Green statue becomes a greater and greater symbol of stubbornness and discontent. And eventually, and we all know it's inevitable, the statue comes down anyway. But only after the reputation of Caroline is damaged yet again by people outside of the county. In this second reality, Caroline is known for three things: Secretariat, the Lovings, and the last county to remove their statue. I truly feel for you. During either scenario, Wednesday morning is going to be tough. But I promise you this. There's only one of these scenarios that you're going to be proud of when your grandkids Google your name. God bless you.
Thank you, Mr. Aries.
My name's Keith Brady. I'm from the Reedy Church District.
Can you give us your name one more time?
Keith Brady,
Thank
Brady
you.
Bunch. Easy to remember. I had sent you all a rather lengthy letter about a week ago. I don't think the monument should be removed. And I say that as somebody who had 11 ancestors fight in the Civil War. I had 8 fight for the North and 3 fight for the South. I literally had family fighting against each other. So the Civil War is very near and dear to my heart. It's a monument to the citizens of this county that fought in the war. Nothing more, nothing less. And I'm not going to downplay and say that this isn't a sensitive issue. It obviously is. But it's no different than any other memorial to all the other wars that we've had. Vietnam War, not a very popular war. Are we at some point going to advocate to tear that monument down? And I say that, my father was a Vietnam veteran. They were treated poorly after they came back. But that memorial in D.C. is not about the politics of the war. It's about the people that fought. The same thing here. Now, we can talk about the politics, but that monument has nothing to do with the politics. And to give you an example, I don't think we do a good job teaching history in this country. If we did, I don't think we'd be here tonight, and I don't think we'd have half the problems that we have today. That's not saying that the problems aren't real. There's no doubt. They're real. And to give you an example of this, and something near and dear to my heart, I had an ancestor fight in Gettysburg. I had 2 fight not too far away from here. Bloody Angle, Spotsylvania Courthouse. Those same 2 were there at the breakthrough in Petersburg. There's a monument to the Maryland unit they both belong to. So like I said, it runs very deep. If we did a better job at teaching history, and here's my example. There's a significant event, in my opinion, that happened in Henrico County, September 1864. There was a battle of New Market Heights, and I doubt, I'm probably the only one in this room knows what significant event happened, and it pains me to no end. And part of it is because I had an ancestor that was an officer, the 10th United States Colored Troops. During that battle, there was 14 Medal of Honor citations awarded. The 14 United States Colored Troops. There's not a monument there. You visit what part of the battlefield still left? There's a Civil Wars Trail sign and a sign on the highway. That's it. There should be a monument there. We should be focusing on putting things up like that, not taking things down. And the only other thing, if it's okay with the chairman, I want to personally thank two of the supervisors, if that's okay. Hopefully it's not against the rules.
Go ahead.
I want to thank Mr. Thomas. I want to thank Mr. Underwood. You both took the time to respond to my letter. I appreciate it greatly. I find it refreshing that you both aren't afraid to engage the public, even on a sensitive issue like this. And I think there's a bunch of politicians in D.C. that can learn a lot from both you gentlemen. So much respect to both of you.
Can you sum it up, because we're at 3
I'm done.
minutes. Thank you, sir.
And I do know about the crater, Mr. Brady.
What was this district?
26, 29, and 30. If you're in here, you can go to the hallway.
Thank you. I don't know if it's low or not.
Chairman Seeley, and members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Dr. Sonia Jackson Hudson, and I am a resident of Caroline County in the Bowling Green District. And I come before you this morning, or this evening, not as the president of the Caroline County Sunday School Union and vicinity, but as a resident of Caroline County and the wife of a veteran. Throughout these weeks, I've been hearing a lot of things around the statute represents veterans. The statute does not represent racism in Caroline County. So I did some research, and I wanted to share with you what that research revealed. That research reveals that currently the 2020 statistics for Caroline County, there are approximately 2,937 individuals that are veterans. Of those 2,937, 14.75% are white, and 85.25% are Black, Hispanic, and Asian that reside in Caroline County. So I ask you, if you have truly evolved and believe in equal equality amongst everyone in Caroline County, are we truly trying to send a message that the monument should stay? A monument that represents, in the eyes of so many, slavery. A monument that represents, in the eyes of so many, that we should not be treated the same as our neighbors or those that we see walking down the streets on Main Street or having ice cream beside the old bank on the corner. I think it's time to move the monument. And one other thing I just want to leave you with, there are currently 330 or more churches in Caroline County. I refuse to believe that of that number of churches, that this community is built on a philosophy that does not truly understand the principles of the Golden Rule. Matthew 7:12. Do unto others as you have them do unto you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Jackson. Hudson, I'm sorry. I have Hudson Jackson.
Good evening. My name is Mac Haley, Bowling Green District. I believe that monuments can do better than perpetuate division, bitterness, and conflict. Beside the Confederate monument, erect monuments of equal size and for the foreseeable future, opposite significance. This will make it easier for future generations to find their way to a more balanced understanding of their shared history and heritage. The Albemarle County Courthouse in Charlottesville is a good example. On the same small courtyard in front of the courthouse, which is no larger than an average suburban lawn, they have a number of statues and plaques commemorating important facets of American history, from the colonial to the revolutionary periods to the Civil War and post-Civil War America. There is a plaque commemorating Albemarle County, which was founded in 1744 on the courthouse building, which is named for the Earl of Albemarle from the colonial period. There is a monument to Confederate soldier. There is a very large equestrian statue of General Thomas Jackson, Stonewall Jackson. There is a plaque commemorating Meriwether Lewis. There is a plaque commemorating Monticello. There is a plaque on the sidewalk commemorating a slave auction block, and it reads, "On this site, slaves were bought and sold." But very recently, and I think significantly, there's a very large historical board giving a brief but very pithy account of lynching in America. On the one side of it, and on the other side of it, the same board has a commemorative account of the lynching of John Henry James, who was lynched near Charlottesville on the 12th of January, 1898. I think Albemarle County is doing public monuments in an exemplary and enlightened way, and I think Caroline County can do just as well. There are residents and events which are unique to Caroline County, which can be commemorated by monuments of significant proportions. Consider putting up a statue of Mildred and Richard Loving right beside the Confederate monument. Adding monuments to include other aspects of what we are, I think, will be much more meaningful than taking down an existing monument. I think it is better to plant trees than to leave stumps. In time, the motley of monuments in front of the Caroline Courthouse will say things to future generations and will contribute to the more difficult understanding of respecting our differing sense of heritage, but I think more importantly, to figuring out the things that unite and not the things that divide us. By giving a more inclusive and complete representation, public monuments just might help future generations to do a little better than we have. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is William Smith. I am from Mr. Thomas's district. I've listened to an awful lot of very impassioned speeches here today. It's pretty obvious that this is a very hot, sensitive, emotional subject. What I'm hearing is two different perceptions of what is standing in front of the courthouse. Some are not seeing a soldier. They're seeing a symbol. That symbol is reflected to them of oppression, a symbol that reminds them of slaveries, horrific things that happened to their ancestors. Anybody in this room or in this meeting or has followed this totally understands why they would have a perception such as that. There's another side of it that I think is not really being viewed properly, and that is it's a soldier. When anybody decides that they are going to dishonor the memories of the valor and honor of someone who has served their country, and you want to remove that honor, I'm sorry. Who do you think is going to represent you next time you need them? Most Confederate soldiers were forced or had no choice to choose a side. It was a political gamut. You had a political party who endorsed the slavery. I can tell you as a veteran, there's a lot of places I went, I didn't want to go. I didn't believe in the cause, but I was fighting for my country. I was fighting for my township. I was fighting for my family. And if, God forbid, I was on the Civil War field and I died serving my country, and then I come back and hear that 6 people decided to remove my honor, I'm sorry. Unacceptable. This board made a huge, bad decision on the 11th. We are a democratic society. And for you not to allow each and every single individual in this county to express their point of view by matter of vote is a disgrace. That's not the way this country was formed. That's not the way our Constitution was written. You put yourself in a position, you're in a no-win position. There are going to be no winners tonight. And you're the fault of it. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Mr. Smith.
If you're in the room, you can go to the hallway.
The name is Sam Henley. I'm in the Port Royal District. A good veteran just ahead of me. He reflected my attitude 100%. You know, I had a professor in college, and he said, you know what opinion is? Opinion is like the nose on your face. Everybody got one. And that's what you saw here tonight, is an opinion. We are all a loser. And I'm standing here tonight. Several weeks ago, I looked at my newspaper. And when I saw on that, take it down, Black Lives Matter, no justice, no peace, I'm standing here. You don't push me around. This belongs to the people of Caroline. And they should be the one to vote on it. They don't have that option. But I tell you, I don't look at that statute and I see slavery, I see history. I've gone to Mount Vernon, I've gone to Thomas Jefferson. You want to get your nose out of shape? Go to some of those memorials. Go up there, see it. See what Jefferson, see the slaves they had. Bell Grove over here, go. You think you're going to get upset for that statute? No, you will get hurt. And besides, when you see yourself and you connect yourself to slavery and all this other mess, that's because you got a crippled mind, okay? I was born free, and that's the way I'm going to remain. I don't walk down the street and say I'm a black man. I can look in the mirror and see that every morning, okay? And I'll compete with anybody who I have to compete with. I'm not competing with a white man. I'm competing with the thing in front of me. That's all I've got to say.
Thank you, Mr. Henley.
Yeah, a little shorter. All right. Good evening, everyone. Board members, my name is Durante Rollins. I live in the Mattapanai district. My representative is Floyd Thomas. First, with all due respect to the soldiers and those who have served, I think it is misleading to frame it in a political way to say that we hold any regard to our statute to those who have served. Those who have served, so we have the right to stand in this space and to object to the systems that we do not agree with. And that is all I say to that. There's a difference between remembrance and reverence. We are not here to glorify systems that are outdated and need to be demolished. We as a county are better together than we are apart. Allowing that statute to remain will hold only one certain outcome: further divide. To say that the conversation to remove the monuments is something new that has come because of the political climate is just inaccurate. It's just the season that we are in that is most appropriate. This is a wound that has not been healed because it has not been heard or has not been brought up. This is a wound that has not been healed because of the fact of the deaf ears that have heard and the lack of political will to make the right decision. With seasons come change, and we are in the season of change. Our community is ready to move forward past the toxic ideologies that were acceptable in previous generations. My generation does not uphold or tolerate systems created to oppress or dehumanize any social groups in this United States of America. This has nothing to do with politics. It is much more simpler than that. It has to do with your values, our values, and what we know to be right. We have the opportunity to move forward as a group, as a community. I hope that you will make the right decision today for the community of Caroline. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rollins.
26, 31, and 32. If you're in the room, you can go to the hallway.
I gave up on the numbers.
35 still.
Good evening. Chairman Seeley, Vice Chairman Thomas, members of the Caroline County Board. Again, good evening. My name is Joseph James. I'm from the Reedy Church District, and I live in Dawn, Virginia. It is now time for us as a county, commonwealth, and a nation to rectify all things not representative of a fair, just, and equal society. I'm one of many asking that you vote yes for the removal of the monument in front of our courthouse. It's time to make changes that will truly allow us to be one nation. The citizens of Caroline have had to pass by this symbol of the Confederacy for long enough while entering the courthouse seeking justice. May your decision be made for all of your constituents, a change for fairness and the future of everyone here in Caroline County. Let's be clear, it's time to move on. I've heard other veterans speak today, and I'm also a veteran and proud. I would put my uniform on today as one of the older citizens here in the county. Why? Because I have grandchildren. I want them to be able to grow up in a nation where they will have an opportunity to have an opportunity to live a great life, not have to reflect on the Confederacy and all the things that it meant, you know, keeping us in bondage. My family came from a 10,000-acre plantation right at the southern end of Caroline County. We shouldn't have to worry about monuments on the courthouse lawn talking about Confederate soldiers. Again, they weren't on the Union side, they was on the side that lost. So it's time for that monument to be removed. I ask that you remember these words: one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all of us. All of us. Vote tonight to remove the Confederate monument and make us proud to be an American that came from Caroline County, Virginia. History is being made here. I'm asking that you not be on the wrong side of history. This is my request this evening. Please make the right decision. Thank you and have a great evening.
Thank you, Mr. James.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Dr. Chandra Rue, and I'm a resident of the Madison District. I am here today to voice my opinion on the removal of the Confederate statue on the lawn of Caroline County Courthouse. Over the past few months, we as global citizens have lived through the COVID pandemic that has affected each of us in a unique way. As an African American, I've lived through the pandemic of racism and injustice for my entire life. No matter where I have lived, attended school, or worked, I have encountered symbols of a time that represents the oppression of Black and brown people in America. As a newer resident, I can say so far that I enjoy living in Caroline County. The neighbors I live beside are kind, they're compassionate, and they care about one another. So it is time to make sure the symbols and ideals presented to those living or visiting Caroline County reflect the positive experiences that many of us have on a daily basis. Nowhere else in the world, outside of maybe North Korea, do we see statues erected in honor of those who have historically suppressed the rights and liberties of other human beings. We don't see statues of Nazis in Germany. There are no statues of Saddam Hussein remaining in Iraq. Why? Because they have all been removed. It was the right thing to do. You may say Germany and Iraq aren't America, and that's correct. But here in America, there are no John Wilkes Booth statues honoring the killer of Abraham Lincoln, or Lee Harvey Oswald bust honoring the killer of President John F. Kennedy. Why? Because they were not good people, and they stood on the wrong side of history. This Confederate statue represents the wrong side of history and the ugly stain of slavery in our country. Now I'm sure there were good-hearted people that fought for the Confederacy. Some of them for no other reason than at that time they were the eligible male in their family and they had to stand for protecting their land. However, there are innumerable soldiers from numerous wars we can choose to honor and remember. However, we are currently choosing to honor the Confederacy. Many people have discussed using monuments as tools for learning. Well, as a former teacher, I can confidently say we can learn without local reminders. We don't have volcanoes here in Virginia, but I always found a way to teach my students and help them learn about them without having them right here in their faces. The entire discussion is about a statue with no name, a statue erected to honor soldiers that fought in a war that stood for antiquated and bigoted ideals. We as a nation can remember and learn about the Civil War, but we don't need a statue to do that. We also don't need symbols of the side that lost. To simplify it to a basic level, we don't host parades for losers of the Super Bowl or the World Series. We can acknowledge their hard work and efforts, but we don't celebrate them. If we truly want to be one Caroline, let's not let this statue keep us divided. I believe that it is time for us to move forward towards being the place of unity, camaraderie, and a place that makes each and every one of us feel welcome in Caroline. In order to do that, I ask you to vote to move forward with the removal of the statue. Thank you.
Thank you.
So thank you all for the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Annie Kammer, and I live in Bowling Green. I'm here to support removal of the abhorrent statue that stains our beautiful town. Statues such as this glorifying racism and slavery no longer belong in our country. They hold us back from the ideals of our great country, the ideals that all people are created equal and there should be liberty and justice for all. In the last 400 years, we have failed to live up to these ideals, but that does not mean we shouldn't continue to striving for a more perfect union. Some say it's just a statue. It means only a representation of those who fought. But it's not just a statue. Symbols have power. They hurt, they influence perceptions, they traumatize our citizens. Here we have a huge, prominent symbol of racism in front of a courthouse. It belongs nowhere, but to have it near a courthouse and law enforcement is a disgrace. Justice is supposed to be blind, but statistics and our lived experiences tell us that it isn't. Of course, there are good people in our courts and in our law enforcement, but the origins of the laws and law enforcement in this country were developed originally to protect and serve the white community and to control the black community. And there are still remnants of night patrols and slave patrols baked into our country. Having a Confederate statue on public grounds near public institutions is unacceptable, and we cannot root out the problem of systematic racism, while racism is allowed to physically still be present in the House and on the grounds. The U.S. is a representative democracy and a republic. Being a republic requires that we protect the minority from the tyranny of the majority. Being a representative democracy means that you all have a responsibility to uphold the human rights of your citizens, to protect them from bigotry. Sorry. The U.S. has a history of white supremacy. This is a historical monument that speaks to that. But having a racist history does not mean that we must have a racist future. To say that there is some good and deep message that can be learned from this statue is unrealistic. The lesson is obvious. Leaving it there says that Bowling Green and Caroline County do not care about their black citizens. This statue glorifies racism. It doesn't teach that it is wrong. One can go to battlefields to learn about history and reflect if one wants. Where is the benefit of history for history's sake if we don't learn from history to make our future better? This teaches us that we need to try to dismantle racism and bigotry. To say that people didn't complain before and everything was fine is not persuasive, and it's naive. I never came to complain, even though every time I see that statue, it turns my stomach.
Can you sum it up, because you're out of time?
Okay. This is the time. This is the time to do something about it. Keeping the statue in place is hateful and wrong and un-American. It's time for this body to do the right thing and remove the statue. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Barney Mahaney. I'm from the Western District. I'm a 10-year military veteran and a 9-year Civil War reenactor. Here I've reenacted in Pennsylvania, Maryland, Virginia. So I've stood in the battle lines that these guys stood in 156 years ago. And when you stand in those battle lines, you take a great appreciation for what they did. I mean, next to them was their fathers, their grandfathers, their sons. And when a unit was wiped out, it wiped out every man in town for a lot of the towns in Virginia. So just keep that in mind. And this state was so divided, they actually divided the state into West Virginia. That's how divided the community was. I just can't imagine that. Can't imagine it. But the problem is, you know, even when Confederate soldiers stood on a battle line and were literally wiped out in just one shot, you know, so they saw, you know, all their friends killed, fathers, sons, all of them killed, Union and Confederate besides both. The problem is, on the Confederate side, they fought for a government that supported slavery. That is not acceptable, not acceptable. So why is there a statue in front of the Bowling Green courthouse for another government that I didn't fight for when I was a military veteran? So my solution, and I'll have a pretty short speech, my solution is to take the statue off the lawn, put it on National Park Service land in one of the battlefields. And there's plenty of battlefields near here. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Michael Carter Jr. In the Port Royal District. I'd like to present with you all a scenario for those who want to honor those soldiers who fought valiantly for the Confederate States of America. Let's just imagine that in September 9th, 1862, Special Order 191 was not lost. And the Confederacy took over Maryland, and ultimately Philadelphia, and they won the war. As an African-American resident here, what would that mean for me, my family, but especially for those men sitting on stage, those African-American men? Would they be serving their constituents in their districts, or would they be serving you tea and coffee and going back to their prospective place? If the Confederate States of America had won, would the Casual Killing Act of 1669 still be in effect? That pretty much said that if a slave master killed his slave, it was okay. It was the first law or act that explicitly implied black lives did not matter in this country. Or maybe the Dred Scott decision would still stand, where Chief Justice Roger Taney in 1857, with his judicial opinion, would have stated African Americans were inferior, that they had no rights which the white man was bound to respect, and that the Negro might justly and lawfully be reduced to slavery for his benefit. Because these soldiers who fought, they didn't just fight for a government, they fought for a constitution. The Confederacy had a constitution, and they fought for these principles. Article 1, Section 9, Verse 1 of the Confederate Constitution states, and I'm paraphrasing here, the noble thing of preventing the importation of Africans to the Confederate States of America. But the reason was to make sure that they controlled supply and demand. It was market control. And they could breed African Americans like cattle or bully pit bulls. Or maybe Article 4, Section 2, Verse 3 of that same Constitution that said no slave or other person held to service or labor be discharged from such service. Or Article 4, Section 3, Verse 3 that states the institution of Negro slavery as now exists in the Confederate States will be expanded to all territories they take over. This is a considerable burden that we're bearing. The African Americans in this community has borne this cross for the last 110 years. We've bore it silently and valiantly, but we also understand that history is not one-sided, and it should not be whitewashed. So we want to make sure that we stand on the right side of history and not the white side of history. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I promise to be nice this time. And I am Joni Rollins Davis, and I am actually of the Bowling Green district because I'm not with you, Uncle Floyd. I actually live in Bowling Green, so I'll be with Jeff Seeley. So a lot of people have come up here tonight to give you history. I have spoken 3 or 4 times about history, and a history that not all of us are proud of, but it's a history that we can learn from and move forward. I stand as a person of mixed heritage, Native American, white, and black. My great-great-great-great-grandfather was Thomas Nelson of the Thomas Nelson Community College back there. My dad's family is the mighty Powhatan tribe who, by all means necessary, could have wiped out the colonists when they came to Virginia, but didn't. They gave them grace. It's not even, it's a history that also covers Native Americans and African Americans and Africans, because there's a distinction between the two of those. I came up here last time and I said a woman that was a slave, if she was raped by the owner or someone from that household, that it would go unpunished. If someone outside of that household raped her, it would be a fine because she was property. So if someone raped your wife or your daughter or your mother, would you agree to having a symbol of that? If someone killed your child or did anything to your child, would you agree with having a symbol of that? A lot of people say that the statue is up there and it's not biased, but I think they need to go down and look at the bottom. There's a Confederate flag at the bottom of that statue. If it was just a statue of a soldier commemorating soldiers from Caroline, it might be okay. So let's put some other statues up. Let's put some Native American statues up. Let's put some contributions of African Americans in our community, like Stanley Jones, who ran Caroline County public school systems by himself and was indeed one of the greatest people that walked in Caroline County. You see what I'm saying? So I am asking you to not think of it as a political issue, but think of it more as a moral issue. What is right, be on the right side of history, and take in consideration the feelings that people have about that. And I'm asking you to take the monument down. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
No, I'm good.
Good afternoon. First, giving honor to my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. My name is Jamal Moore. I'm part of the Reed Church District. Today, I'm not standing as a minister in the community, not standing as the second vice president of the Sunday School and BTU division of the Mattapanai Baptist Association of Virginia, but I'm standing as a young black man. Good afternoon, Caroline County Supervisors. I'm here to support the removal of the statue here in Bowling Green, Virginia. I totally understand the saying, history is history. So since history is history, take the statue to a historic museum that you can take your family to, or better yet, take it to your living room and show your children day after day. But as far as my children, I don't want them to be constantly reminded about what my ancestors went through every day in the county that we live in. My generation won't go through the same things that my mother's generation went through, and that's on period. When something divides a community, it's no longer a community, and we have to stand for what is right. That statue doesn't represent anything that we should be proud of. What is a monument? It's a building, structure, or site that is of historical importance or interest. Nothing is important about that statue, and I strongly urge the removal of that statue because, again, my kids will not go through what I went through. You want to know what I see when I see people supporting that this statue stays in place? I see the same ones who wouldn't sit on the black side of the cafeteria. Oh yeah, that's not an issue here, but they have a piece of hate in their hearts, and that is not of God. I would end my conversation this evening with a misleading quote, being that the removal price of this statue has been brought up many times tonight. It's not always cheaper to keep her. Isaiah 9:6 says, "For unto us a child is born, unto us a son is given, and the government shall be upon his shoulder, and his name shall be called Wonderful, Counselor, the Mighty God, the Everlasting Father, the Prince of Peace." I want you all to keep in mind that you have someone to answer to for the decision that you make that will affect his people. If I could leave one last comment, Mr. Steele, Ms. Long's comment towards my fellow brothers in Christ from a previous meeting offended me, and I really honestly don't believe that she is a real portion of One Caroline. Good afternoon.
We went from 34 to 37. Good evening.
Good evening. Hello, everyone. Thank you for holding this meeting. My name is Christian McCurtain. I'm a resident of Caroline County. I'm not a historian or a scholar or even a pastor or a veteran. I'm a nurse. I used to be a paramedic. Met countless others like me. We try to pull the best outcomes out of bad situations. So that's what I'm here to try to do. I respect what the supporters of this statue feel and remember, and I say the same to those who want to take it down. We're all, as individuals, the sum of our experiences of those around us as much as our own experiences. But I'm my own person, so that's why I'm standing here tonight. In the past several months, there's been so much bloodshed already. Coming in here, I saw many uniforms worn by my fellow residents, and I can't help but think as a past paramedic, as a trained trauma nurse now, of them unnecessarily put in harm's way, trying to prevent the chaos that is afflicting our country right now because of these symbols. We need to remember the past and agree that we need to work together for a better future. Just take it down, guys.
What was
Just
your
take
last
it,
name, Christian?
just take it down.
Well, what's your last name?
McCurtain.
McCurtain.
I know that the man before me stated that there is always a concern of cost in any endeavor, and rightly so. So if it makes any difference, consider this as a down payment on just trying to make a better future for everybody.
No, just
do that.
just don't do that. What district are you from?
Mattapanai.
Thank you.
Oh, I knew you were a nice guy.
It's a hard job, and we all
I'll
need to
stop
support
by
each
your
other
house and get the
doing it.
collection.
Everybody stay healthy.
Okay.
We have come to the last speaker. Anyone else wishing to speak? Anyone else wishing to speak? Anyone else? I'm going to declare the public hearing closed. And I'm going to lead with comments tonight, board members. As the chairman of the Caroline County Board of Supervisors, I have some initial thoughts before I call for member comments. At our July meeting, our board unanimously chose in response to a citizen's request to add this issue of the Confederate monument to our agenda for a public hearing in August. The next day, I started to actively solicit citizens' input. Over the last month, I have talked to dozens of people on the phone, received letters, read comments on social media, and made phone calls on my own. I must first tell you that in watching this initial movement, how disappointed I've been in the harsh language and verbiage used by some members of this movement. Language directed at long deceased family members of your neighbors here in Caroline, calling them traitors, losers, not the language which explains your position, nor does it make friends for a cause. I also hope that everyone reflects on the fact that winning an argument with fear is not in the end a win. However, let me add that since other language has been used on social media, which is far worse now on both sides, this is not an issue. This is not how we do it in Caroline County. I applaud the many speakers and writers who chose thoughtful and a professional, idea-driven process. We had many wonderful speakers here tonight, both for taking the monument down and for keeping it. In particular, a letter from the Reverend Catherine Hicks of Port Royal and Mrs. Robbins of Bowling Green for removal of the statue were very insightful. These were written in the spirit of opening hearts and ears. Mrs. Kay Brooks, who wrote a letter for keeping the statue, was also well and kindly written. They were not the only bright spots in this discussion, but are examples of a respectful way to treat one another. In the immediate years following the Civil War, the fact is soldiers of the South were pardoned, given pensions, accepted back into our Union and our country in a deliberate effort to mend fences and recover from a devastating and divisive war. They were not considered traitors, and great effort was made to heal by the men themselves. The name calling is revisionist history as we look back with the eyes of 2020. Reunions were held where all the old soldiers of both sides visited one another and came together. With that said, however, we must fast forward to the late 1800s and early 1900s, when these old soldiers began to pass on, because they are not the problem. If you believe in a heaven with a merciful and all-knowing God, as I do, then everyone there sits together at the same table, and I think we can agree that those souls are unconcerned with statues. It is the living we must be mindful of today in the more recent past, which has not been well communicated by those who lived through it. I keep hearing the Civil War was over 150 years ago, and it's time to get over it. But the fact is, the problem lies in the more recent past and the symbolism associated with it. The more recent memory of Jim Crow and the struggle of the civil rights movement took place in the 20th century and is still taking place in this century. There are people still alive today who lived through those days, and the symbolism of the statue is and what it has come to mean at a time when sacrifices of the Civil War and any efforts to heal were being reversed. Some of the laws of Jim Crow lasted into the 1970s. I'm not going to argue what was in the mind of that old UDC chapter who erected the statue. You cannot ask them nor give it back to them because they too have left this world long ago. It may certainly have been that they missed and felt a need to honor their fathers and grandfathers. But what do I know? What I do know is that the original intent is moot to what the symbolism has come to mean to a segment of our population today. I am blessed to be able to turn to the African American community in my district and find out what they think about this issue, especially since they were for the most part left absent from the table on this discussion, and many did not know it was taking place. I picked up the phone and asked them to tell me how they felt about the Confederate monument. I spent a week with pastors, deacons, deaconesses, and community leaders. The vast majority have told me that it is best to have this symbolism placed in a more appropriate location, like a museum or a cemetery. No one I spoke to talked of pulling the monument down or destroying it, and none spoke to me about hating others today. Instead, many told me how these made them feel in more recent times and explained this is not a new issue. They lived through times when they were not welcomed to register to vote, and the monument overshadowed an adjacent county water fountain which once said, "Whites only." They acknowledged to me we have come far in the journey for equal, but know we have work to still do. The elders of my community are wise, kind, intelligent, God-fearing, and I trust them to tell me the truth. I have listened to and read and reread the compelling reasons for those who wish the monument to remain at the Caroline Courthouse and what it means to families. None of these folks deserve to be called racists. And I want you to know the majority of our black community does not view you this way. With endless patience, they understand you don't see the same thing they see when they look at the monument. The one everyone agrees upon is that this piece of history be preserved. We simply do not agree about its location. I believe we can move past that. As we know, the Virginia General Assembly changed the law on July 1st to allow local government to decide on these statutes. The timing of this has coincided with the death of George Floyd, and so the protesters we see on television as a result weigh heavily on the hearts and minds, asking the question, what's next? I believe these images have closed ears and hearts, and I fully understand that concern. Trust me. I would like to see us look at this, however, without that backdrop and consider this moment for just Caroline County and purpose to be leaders in the region for how peacefully to resolve this issue. I have no crystal ball on exactly how our board will vote, but in speaking with some, I know there is a desire to preserve the monument. So in seeking a solution for all, I went to fellow community leader David Stork, who owns a monument company and knows about these things, and asked for his help and advice. He is also connected to a cemetery which has a number of Confederate graves, and the chairman of the board of that cemetery is here tonight as well, Mr. Bill Farmer. I would like to ask David to come forward now and speak, which may aid us in making a decision. And Bill, if you want to come down front, you may also too. But David, can you come down and talk a little bit about the cemetery and the movement of the monument? They're just going to give information. Yeah, we're in order. Come on down, David. No, I'm closed public comment. I've closed public comment. These are part of my remarks.
Yeah. Well, technically you closed the public comment period.
These are my comments.
Yeah, but they can't make your comment.
No, but they've got information I think that will help in the future.
We can,
It's a board discussion.
The reality of the whole process, as we all got a note from our county attorney.
Correct.
If we decide to remove it, we have 30 days to allow somebody else to
Correct.
get the monument relocated and those sort of things. So would it be appropriate for them to speak at a time if the board has decided to move the monument? Or are you considering you want a motion by acclamation to move the monument, and that's why you'd like them to speak now?
I would like to give them the opportunity, since many said they'd like to see it moved, and we have an option that is local, and the chairman of that cemetery committee is here, and the spokesman for that chairman committee is Mr. Storr.
Mr. Seeley, Mr. Chairman, in my reading of the law, if the vote is for removal, then we have to.
It's not a vote. I'm not asking for a vote. I'm just asking for information.
I guess what I'm saying is, my interpretation is that if that ends the case, that you have to give multiple organizations the opportunity to go after it, not just one.
Correct. Correct. And I'm by no means saying that this is.
I would, yeah, I don't want us to do anything out of order while we do this process, as we discovered in the last time when we made a motion to just have a public hearing, we weren't specifically clear, and I would not like us to be in court because of an error we made in parliamentary procedure. So we are forwarding on the process we have in front of us. I have no problem in Mr. Stork and the other gentleman giving us a written proposal unsolicited, that we include that in whatever discussions we have after this. But I don't, had you not closed the public hearing, we might have been able to hear from them, but I don't know. Ben is there.
Ben?
I think that it is a board decision whether you hear from him or not. Mr. Seeley has proposed this as a matter of information, not a matter of comment on whether the monument should be removed or not, but simply a matter of information on, I'm not sure, perhaps the cost, but that would be somewhat of an amendment to the agenda. So I think that would be a board decision as to whether you want to hear from them now or later. And that's, I don't think that there is an absolute answer. I think that's a board decision.
He's not going to defend us for free either. That's the thing. Why don't we do this? Why don't we finish with all of the board comments, if there are other board comments? Then we take a vote, and if we take a vote to move the monument, then it would be appropriate to hear from them after the fact, because they're the second phase of the process anyhow, for just information. They're just giving us basic information. We still have to hear from other people for moving it.
Mr. Chairman, I have to respectfully disagree with my colleague. The first thing that should take place, according to what I read, is that we've, as Mr. Black read also, is that once we take our vote and we vote to remove it, then people have an option. Many organizations have an option. Maybe the Sons of the Confederacy, the Daughters of the Confederacy, they all should have the same opportunity to say, we want this monument. We can't say that, and I'm sure they have some good information, but again, we're pulling the cart before the horse. Once we make a determination of what to do with it, then we bring in information.
Mr. Emerson?
Every group, wait a minute.
Go ahead. I
Every
think we're
group
done.
should have the same opportunity at the same time that they do. They should not be treated special. They should come, present like everyone else.
I just have one question for our attorney. What exactly vote do we take tonight, Mr. Emerson?
We don't need him for that. We don't need him for that.
Well, you're worried about being sued, so we do need him for that.
We have complied with the legislation. The legislation says we have a public hearing. You've opened, heard comments, closed the public hearing. Now we revert back to our normal procedures. After any public hearing, the board can entertain a motion. And then after that motion is a vote, how that vote goes determines our next step.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
That's correct. You need to take a vote, and the vote, regardless of what it is, the vote will start the 30-day statutory offer period. And then after, based on what offers you receive, if any, you decide what you want to do with the monument.
And you're not bound by the offers under the statute. The decision is solely up to you as to what is done with it. It's a very confusing statute, frankly. That's just my comment.
Thank you, Ben. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I have a motion I'd like to make.
Ms. Long, can we have some discussion before we, make a motion? Or
Don't we have discussion after we have a motion?
Oh, sure.
I thought we were going to all have public comments since Mr. Seeley went first.
You can do the motion, then we can have discussion. That's fine.
Just trying to move
Yep,
along.
okay.
Mr. Chairman, I would move that the county relocate the Confederate monument from the courthouse lawn to elsewhere in the county, subject to a determination of and decision by the board on its final destination after evaluating offers to take the monument, if any, that may be received during the statutorily required 30-day offer period, as well as the cost of such location before making such determination. And therefore, we would authorize staff to advertise for interested parties to apply to receive the monument and also to investigate the cost of relocating it by issuing an RFP or IFB as required by the Procurement Act.
I have a motion.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second.
So
Discussion?
You just,
Now we can discuss.
well, I need a point of clarification first. Your motion was just what Mr. Emerson had given us as the legal way to proceed, right?
Yes.
Is it a motion supposed to be a legal way to proceed?
No, your motion is from his email.
I asked Mr. Emerson to write a motion up for me for the removal of the monument from the courthouse screen.
I just wanted to understand it,
So
to make sure.
it is written, it has been approved by Ben.
That's why it's got all that legalese in it.
Yeah,
That's why.
because I
yeah,
couldn't
okay.
do that. without approval from a lawyer.
But no, I just want to make sure I understood, so could read the first part again?
I move that the county relocate the Confederate monument from the courthouse green to elsewhere in the county, subject to a determination of and decision by the board on its final destination after evaluating offers to take the monument.
Okay, that's good.
That's not a period, but that's good?
All right, and,
Okay.
yeah, and I'm not trying to cut you off. The point you said is relocated within the county and then moved on. Can we say in the county or other location agreed upon? Because we may get somebody who wants to put it at one of the battlefields in Fredericksburg or somewhere else. I mean,
The reason.
see, your motion's gonna be that specific. That's what I'm just trying to see.
Right, and the reason I did that is because I am a firm believer that there are compromises that will make everyone feel good. We do have some people who have ancestors in Caroline, and look at this memorial almost as a memorial marker because a lot of these men didn't come back. And the people who have talked to me said they understand and they want Caroline to work together, but they would like the monument to stay somewhere within Caroline so that if they wanted to go to the monument, they could. So to me, that was a
Can we say
win-win.
Caroline if possible and not on public land?
We can put
Because
not
we-
on public land within Caroline, not
So you,
on.
well, no,
You
hold
want
on.
someone on Main Street in
government
Bowling Green?
land.
Public land, though, could be the, I mean,
Government land.
public land could be, for example, the Stonewall Jackson Shrine. It is not public land. So, I mean,
That's federal land. That's a place where I would say
well,
put
isn't
it.
that, isn't that
It's
public
still
land?
public.
Not,
It's public land.
It's public.
That
not,
is a-
not,
No, it's public. The
If
site is
I could
public.
interject
Yes, please, Ben.
something,
The motion is really a way to start the 30-day time period running because the statute is so poorly written, frankly, that you need to make a motion to relocate or do something else with the monument in order to start the 30-day period running when you get offers to take it. The motion would not restrict you to where it is located. And that could be inside or outside the county. The statute has an overriding sentence that says basically the final disposition is within the sole authority of the Board of Supervisors to determine. So I don't think you need to be overly overly concerned about the exact language of the motion, because you will need to have another motion ultimately to determine the final location, and you can do that regardless of what happens with this motion. And if that helps you.
no, it doesn't help at all, Ben, because we just got caught in not being as specific as possible when we talked about the public hearing versus the referendum motion. So we would consider, Mr. Black considers Stonewall Jackson Shrine a public land, right? And we would consider Spotsylvania Battlefield public land too. So, so we would say non-county land, is that what you're saying?
I think we just leave it in somewhere inside the county as agreed upon by this board. I mean, there might be a niche
well-
place that we like, oh, that's a great spot for it, that we're not really thinking of right this second, because we haven't received the interest.
I have to be a little more cynical because I watched this play out in South Carolina. In South Carolina, they asked to move the Confederate flag from the Capitol. They moved it from the Capitol and put it right on the front street leading up to the Capitol. So I need a little bit more closure, to make sure we're saying non-county land, because we're not going to relocate it from the courthouse over to in front of the county administrator's building.
Mr. Thomas, I don't think that, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. Go ahead, Mr.
Yeah, Ms. Thomas, I agree with you on being non-county property. I agree with that. And I think that's going to be our decision. I think our first decision is to say that we agree to take it down from where it is. And then we're going to
And
have
relocate it from somewhere non-county land?
Yes.
Is that okay with you, Nancy? Non-county land?
Non-county owned land.
Okay.
So be private. So you need to amend, I guess, Nancy, then? Yes, please. And I'll amend my second? Yes. Okay.
Mr. Forehand, comments?
No, I've just been disappointed with the tone of the banter, not really tonight, but starting when this issue came up. I moved to Caroline 10 years ago. It's a wonderful county. And what I saw articulated from both sides of the argument was just very disappointing to me. I'm hopeful that this is a small step to heal that. I'm hopeful, but not optimistic. But
Mr. Underwood, comment?
Mr. Forehand, let me kind of help you.
turn your mic on.
Mr. Forehand, let me kind of help you and give you my thought. The lady today called me a racist, and I didn't, not for me, because if I wanted to be a racist, I think I have the ability to be that. My dad, not my grandfather, not my great-grandfather, was born in 1895, lived to 1970. Saw all the changes and the hatred, and talked to me through his life of what he had to go through. My uncle, Wheeler Underwood, murdered in 1914. I could be a racist, but that's not what he taught me. He taught me to be fair. Treat people the way I wanted to be treated. When the Jews and the Gentiles, millions of people across the lands back in the time of Jesus said, crucify him, they were all wrong. We have to stand and let our voice be heard. It's easy, this is not a tough decision, because as many people say, it's a moral issue. We can come together if we change our hearts. If we do for others. We're here, elected officials, to do service. Doesn't mean we listen to our constituents all the time. You think Donald Trump listens? I'm one of his constituents. I'm an American. Do you think I agree with him all the time? Absolutely not. But I am an American, and I respect democracy. And that's why we're here.
Yeah. And I'm not sure what that has to do with my comments, honestly.
All right.
Mr. Black?
You said you're mad about
Yeah,
continuing the tone.
I have several. I want to, first of all, this has been, people that have been close to me, it's been very stressful. I want to thank all the citizens. When we decided back in July to go to public hearing on that, that was a unanimous decision. Mr. Seeley did mention that. And so I knew this would be controversial. And the best way for me was to get out ahead of it by posting it. And I've said this before. I mean, went to the YMCA, went to the churches, Ebenezer, County Line. It went to the Store More store. went to the archery range, went to the winery, all in my district. I put it everywhere because I wanted people's input. And I probably had around, I guess, 50 or so either conversations like Mr. Seeley was talking about, emails, so forth. So that, and I may disagree with Mr. Forehand a little bit. They've been, with me, they've been all pretty civil. And I've been very, very fortunate with that. That when people emailed me, and I didn't respond to all of them, I'm sorry. We got a plethora of them from around, and I should have. But they were very civil, so I'm proud of that. And it is a controversial decision that we're going to have to make. There was a gentleman here that was very upset, and he can be upset with me on the referendum. Once again, I voted against referendum for a couple of reasons. It was non-binding, which means in the end, this board was going to have to vote. And we could have had a situation where 4 of the districts voted to remove, but 2 districts overwhelmingly voted to keep it. And then we would have been in a real tough situation because that supervisor here, what is he supposed to do? What is Mr. Forehand supposed to do? Vote with his constituents in the Madison district, or is he supposed to vote for the total overall? The second reason I voted against referendum is because we were elected to do this job. And bottom line is, if people don't like the job that I'm doing, in 3 years they have the right to vote me out of office. They have that right. The third reason is Brown versus Board of Education was not a referendum. It was a court case. And in some ways, we're the court. On a personal level, I got thinking, and during the whole COVID situation, when the COVID started, my girlfriend wanted to get a dog. And I was hounded about getting a dog. So when the school shut down, I'm a school teacher, when the school shut down, we got a little puppy. And every day, early in the morning, we walk our dog. 5:30, 6 o'clock, Kevin Whiteman usually calls me around then. And across the street from me, my neighbor across the street has a little boy, African-American family, always wants to pet the dog. Looks forward to petting the dog. Around the corner from me, there's a guy whose lawn, I'm a Yankee fan, whose lawn looks like Yankee Stadium. He has a lawn care business. I think he actually just got rid of it. But his lawn is like, I compliment his lawn all the time. He always says hi to me, African-American gentleman, says hi. Down the street, there's a boy, I think, that just graduated from Caroline High School, African-American. And once again, he wants a dog. He tells his family, we need to get a dog like that. Down the street from there is Mrs. King, whose son spoke about at last meeting about the public hearing dealing with the Virginia Sports Complex. And she wears me out about getting rid of the Fred bus. She wears me out all the time she can. But she is a constituent of mine and says hello to me every morning. And I think to myself, okay, so some of these neighbors of mine, they have pets, and what if they had to walk by my house? And what if they had to walk by my house with that Confederate monument in front of it? I personally wouldn't want it there. So if I personally wouldn't want it there because these are not only constituents of mine, but I consider friends of mine, why would I want it on a courthouse lawn? Okay? The second of all is a political. So if we look at it from a political perspective, and I'm a conservative now, so don't get me thinking I'm a Democrat. Politically, okay, politically, it is inconsistent to have that statue. It is inconsistent with the spirit of the statue's location, not the statue itself, the statue's location. The location is inconsistent with the spirit of the 13th Amendment, the 14th Amendment, the 15th Amendment, the Civil Rights Act of 1866, the Civil Rights Act of 1871, the Civil Rights Act of 1957, Brown v. Board of Education, the Civil Rights Act of 1964, Loving v. Virginia, and the Voting Rights Act of 1965. It is inconsistent with those. And it is also consistent, and this is from Mr. Thomas, of the conservative values of the party of Abraham Lincoln. Economically, I heard it brought up tonight. People have asked me, what is the cost? What is the cost of taking it down? I ask you the opposite question, what is the cost of keeping it up? And finally, and I think I've had my piece, as for the statue itself, I brought something. This is my statue. It was erected to the 20th Maine. I bought that statue 1998, July 2nd, 1998, 2 days before my best friend's wedding in Gettysburg. That statue has stayed on my teacher's desk. I brought it because during COVID we're not in school. But that statue is in my desk all the time. Because when you grow up in Maine, that's where I'm from, the north, When you grow up in Maine, that is the site of Joshua Chamberlain's last stand, okay, where he went down, well, not last stand, but when he went down the hill charging at the Confederates. And I bought this at Gettysburg. And when I want to go see this, I go to Gettysburg, a Civil War site. So my vote tonight will be for removal. Thank you.
Reggie's Mr. Thomas, comments, because I'm being
Yeah,
pushed.
I had a long prepared statement, and I want you to hear it.
Be my guest. I'll sit back in
No,
my
I
chair
didn't
and we will
vote.
let you just
You know,
read
now,
your statement.
to be honest, I was a salesman, so I know to stop at yes, but I did have a couple of points that I really wanted to say. And my points were really more along the lines of what this whole thing means and feels like. And it's really, I believe we're all tied together in the single fabric of our destiny. I believe every thread is important and everyone has value. And I do believe we're better than what social media says we are. I believe we still help our neighbors, you know, and we still work together when we have to. But I believe that history, when presented accurately, is not lost or forgotten, but should be remembered and used as a guide to make our future better. And history, above all, is not the movies. History is not Gone with the Wind, and history definitely is not Birth of a Nation. And as has been said before, the arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends toward justice. And this is the time of social justice. It's a time for us, for all of us, to do the right thing. And now, I'll be happy to call for the vote. I had another page, but I'll call for the vote.
Are we?
All right, well, if we're not going to have closing comments, do I
Oh,
go
we'll have
now?
closing comments.
We will? All right.
I have a motion on the table. All those and a second. All those.
And an amendment not.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Caroline.
There is an
Why don't we
amendment
reread it
to
just for
non.
clarity? Why don't we just reread it just for clarity?
That's fine with me, Mrs. Long.
I move that the county relocate the Confederate monument from the courthouse lawn to elsewhere in Caroline County, not on county-owned land. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yes.
Subject to a determination of a decision by the board of its final destination after evaluating offers to take the monument, if any, that may be received during the statutorily required 30-day period, as well as the cost of such relocation before making such determination, and therefore authorize staff to advertise for interested parties to apply to receive the monument and also to investigate the cost of relocating it by issuing an RFP or IFB as required by the Procurement Act.
Hearing the motion
Thank you, Ben.
and the second, which went with that, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries. I got it.
Let him go this time.
I'm going to move to closing board comments.
Mr. Steele, I just want to make sure everyone's aware of the time gaps that are built into the statute, to the statute,
Correct. There are,
that there are, and government doesn't work terribly fast, but we have a path forward. And there is a minimum of 30 days. So those that were hoping to party tonight with the statute coming down, you have to postpone those celebrations, so.
yeah, it is going to take time no matter what happens because we can't make a decision. We'll make a decision in 30 days to a place, and then they'll have to have time to probably prepare to move. It could take 3, 4, 5 months. Well, yeah, but they've got to write an RFP. That's going to take some time.
The
All
important
right.
thing is it's going to
Any
get
other,
done.
any other closing, but you're right, Mr. Forehand, there is going to be a time frame in this that is going to be longer than
That's it. I
most
just want to
people
make sure
realize.
that was clear before people left.
Mr. Seeley.
Mr. Black?
I just wanted to thank the whole board. I think we did the right thing, and also, that statue has value. I'm not saying that that statue doesn't have value, but it has value in the right location, and I think the whole board today, we didn't pull a Richmond, we didn't vandalize, we did it the legally in the right way that you're supposed to be done, so I want to thank the board and the citizens of the county.
Any others? Mrs. Long?
Yes, and I also want to thank the citizens. Unlike Mr. Black and I differ in one way, is I feel like my job is to best represent my constituents as I can. When we had the referendum motion, and it was obviously going to fail, I voted against it also to see what other comments I could stir up in my community. Anyone who called who was in favor of the monument staying, they understood the reason for moving it, because regardless of what one gentleman may think of me personally, in this community, we are one Caroline. They understood where it could hurt feelings and be offensive. Their only request of me was that it be respected and moved to an appropriate place. And one place that was suggested was a cemetery or over in Woodford at Jackson Shrine, but you can't get there all the time. So a cemetery would be more appropriate, since it does honor the men that fought and died from Caroline. And so I appreciate everyone's patience. I appreciate citizens who have roots in the South, be they right or wrong, but they're ancestors, and we honor our elders, wanting it to be preserved. So thank you all for working with us. Also, I'd like to address my opening comments. I will meet with Gary Trey at his earliest convenience, Mr. Taylor, and we hear your side of the story. If I jump the gun on that, put it down to my mother instinct, because I was bullied as a child. I don't allow bullying with my kids or disrespect to elders in my presence. That is what I saw. That was what I have been told. So if that needs to be corrected, then we will do that together, and I will definitely follow through with a public apology. Thank you all very much. Have a safe trip home.
Adjourn.
Second.
I have a motion to second. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Meeting's adjourned.